To Bridgerton, numerous works have been inspired by Pride and Prejudice, but this has to be a first. Austen's classic given a spicy rewrite, adapted into a 14-hour erotic audiobook this year.
It is fascinating that people still want to interpret and progress the stories, let's say, which is testament actually to the solid plots of those books. Mr. Darcy is not very nice at the beginning of the book, so he's kind of a bad lad. The key tenets of the connection between them and them wanting to be soulmates, you know, that's still appealing to people.
Dear Diary, I'm so sorry I haven't written of late. I've been illiterate.
This is Lady Clementine. Stand-up comedian Rosalie Minnett's modern take on an Austen-inspired character.
We're in quite an interesting space with genders and men and women not really understanding each other. We're all sort of wrestling with this idea of love that came from that period of history. Being let down by men, being pressured by your mum, these are all things that I think that modern women still deal with.
While Jane Austen's popularity hasn't diminished, had she been writing today, who knows, Sense and Sensibility might have been a little more Sense and Situationships.
Shall we dance?
What a terrific idea! Come along, Darcy.
Go with me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Still to come here on The Breakfast Show, we're going to be looking at the morning's papers today with the host of the Westminster Insider podcast at Politico EU, Sacha O'Sullivan, and the Global Affairs correspondent, Molly Blackall. That's coming up next.
First Minister, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you. How are you feeling?
Looking forward to getting into the parliamentary chamber.
Are you any further forward to making a decision?
No, it's an important day today.
All of the claims were in line with my parliamentary duties, so I'm making that clear to you, Connor.
He was a Scot through and through.
He was a very good politician.
Alex Salmond was controversial, he was a disruptor, but above all, he was respected.
Will you resign if you lose this week?
Again, I'm not planning to, of course, lose the vote of no confidence. I'm planning to win that vote of no confidence.
His face said it all.
My intention to stand down as party leader.
This is now a storm with deadly consequences.
How are they feeling?
They're a bit scared at the minute.
We've been told to evacuate.
How are you feeling?
Devastated.
Hundreds of homes were wiped out by flooding. I'm Connor Gillis, Sky's Scotland correspondent.
It was probably the darkest time in my life.
Scott is 5 years sober after a cocaine addiction left him close to death.
Scotland has a shameful record, worse than England, the worst in Europe.
Why not just say you've failed? Because then you might get more respect from families who've lost loved ones.
This is where one of the UK's most prolific rapists thought he'd got away with murder.
Sky News can reveal that former sex workers had told police he was sexually violent.
My Emma.
Free wherever you get your news.
It's over, isn't it? The Americans say he is Rossi, a fraudster.
This has been one of the most bizarre cases ever heard in a courtroom in this country.
A dangerous murderer.
Do you think you'll ever be able to forgive Andrew Innes after this?
She said she can forgive him, but as long as he's behind bars.
By doing the right thing, it's destroyed your life.
They terrorised me. They intimidated me.
Sky News, the full story first.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos and analysis.
Evidence of the crisis.
Podcasts, watching us live.
Live here from Washington.
Wherever you get your podcast.
All in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Sky News, get the full story first.
Is this now all your territory?
Yeah. The battlefield is outside the barricades. We are in the middle of a forest, in a jungle really, and they're attempting to keep these men alive. I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent. It's really dangerous. Many people have died riding it.
Time now to take you through the Sunday papers in our news review. I'm joined this morning by Sacha O'Sullivan, the host of Westminster Insider at Politico Europe, and Molly Blackwell, Global Affairs Correspondent at The Eye. So very good morning to both of you. Lovely to see you both. Sacha, you're kicking us off with the Sunday Telegraph's headline, and one of many articles focusing on the big week that Rachel Reeves has ahead of her with her spring statement coming up. And a lot of the talk is about cuts. This article all about the civil service taking the hit.
Yeah, so this week is going to be a tough one for Rachel Reeves. She's going to have to explain a lot of her economic decisions. And if we think about the October budget as a way of raising taxes by about £40 billion, this will be about spending cuts. Our growth forecasts are expected to be downgraded from 2% to 1%, which is the opposite of what Rachel Reeves has said week after week since the beginning of the year, in that everything is now about growth. And the civil service is going to pay for it. And it's going to come out of job cuts, largely, in HR and communications roles. I mean, the workforce of the civil service has ballooned to about 100,000 since the pandemic, which is a huge amount of people. And like any company that faces difficult economic circumstances, there will be job losses.
Yeah, I mean, obviously awful for anyone in the civil service, especially in one of those jobs that's being kind of highlighted, like HR and communications and office management is going to be nervous, and that's horrible for them. But do you think there'll be public sympathy for making cuts in this area when, as Sacha was saying, the numbers have ballooned?
They have, and I think there have long been kind of probably quite legitimate questions over efficiency, productivity in such a large-scale organisation. I think the only thing that will maybe give comfort to those people is that this is happening almost across the board. This is part of a kind of wider belt tightening from the Chancellor as they tried to kind of boost that growth and rein in spending. But it has seen dissent, you know, not only from the Conservatives criticising them, but also from within their own party. I mean, Diane Abbott, John McDonnell, people traditionally on the left of Labour have been very critical of some of the measures that they've been taking, particularly around benefits. There was a poll this week that found Rachel Reeves is now the least popular member of the Cabinet among Labour members, which is probably inevitable when you're the one sort of chopping things. But
it often
nonetheless,
goes as part of the job description, doesn't it?
It does,
Chancellors are quite often not popular, I guess, when they have to make tough choices.
For sure. Apparently the PM has been this week holding face-to-face meetings, which have been dubbed emotional management meetings, which I think is his attempt to sort of claw people back one by one. So, yeah, squeaky bum time, really, this week for Rachel Reeves.
Well, absolutely. And you mentioned the welfare cuts. I mean, Sacha, that is going down very badly with a lot of backbenchers, isn't it? The fact that they're looking to save around £5 billion.
It has gone down very badly. And these are not just people on the left. The people on the left are the most vocal. Those are the people who we've seen on the airwaves and on the TV over the last week. But there are moderates on the Labour backbenchers who are saying this is not what we're supposed to be doing. And they're looking at this and they're thinking, not only does this make us look bad and make it hard for us to sell ourselves to our constituents and our voters, but we're not telling the story very well. And this idea that it's all about getting people back into work, and especially the cuts to personal independence payments, PIPs as they're known, has gone down extremely badly with a decent chunk of Labour MPs. And Keir Starmer has largely seen off that rebellion, but I think it has started to dent this armour in the Starmer-Reeves partnership.
OK, and we'll come back to some of those issues a little bit later on in this chat, because other headlines deal with it as well. But take us to The Observer, Molly, first of all, and there's an article here marking the anniversary. Today was the day 5 years ago that Boris Johnson announced that we were all going into lockdown.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? 5 years. It feels at once like yesterday and at once like a totally different world. I mean,
Well, it was a different world, wasn't it? I mean, it was extraordinary. And there's an article here which is quoting experts saying we're not learning the lessons.
Yeah, and I think, you know, they're making a very fair point here. So these researchers are saying that basically there's no evidence that if the COVID pandemic or something similar happened again, we would be any better prepared.
So in what areas?
They're not sort of hugely specific. I think it's broadly about the winter pressures, you know, most likely because there's a very sort of tight margin that the NHS runs around winter when you have things like cold and flu. There was discussion discussion of a quademic, with things like norovirus and stuff also kicking around the same time. People are more susceptible. And people kick it less, because the weather's bad. So I think it's particularly a crunch point here. But there have long been concerns about the NHS's sort of wider resilience to stuff. Has planning actually improved? Have we got better at identifying threats? I was speaking to some experts about this a little while ago who were saying we're still woefully unprepared for things like cyber attacks. We haven't boosted our cyber infrastructure to the level that it needs to be at. They're saying we need to embrace tech more. There's an idea of using things like virtual wards. So what you do basically is try and keep patients out of the hospitals. You have them at home with a sort of iPad, basically, which can run diagnostics, and a nurse monitors them in the hospital. So they're saying we need to adapt so that we're more flexible if crises like this hit again.
And that's something that Wes Streeting talks about, doesn't he? He talks about the use of technology and updating things. But obviously capacity issues in hospitals is a big problem, isn't it? The fact that they are so full and have so little spare capacity. And Wes Streeting was saying he's taking radical action.
I mean, he is taking
NHS England.
Cutting NHS England is quite
That's big
radical,
action.
But I think what's really interesting is before the COVID pandemic, they did do all these kind of preparedness sessions, but it was all based around the idea of influenza and a different kind of virus than the one that we ended up with, and we just weren't prepared for something like COVID. And those are the things, as well as boosting NHS, which I think everyone would argue is good for all of us generally outside of a pandemic, which I think the government needs to be prepared from. I mean, God, I try not to think about it, but do you remember the days of test and trace?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, happy days, eh? No.
I do think it feels a bit like a slap in the face, though, in some ways, for so many people who lost loved ones or suffered so much during the pandemic, to feel that nothing's changed. That feels, I think, really hard for people to stomach.
Yeah, of course. People still feeling the losses.
Yeah, exactly.
Take us to The Observer, Sasha. All families to be worse off by 2030. This is a new report out with a pretty chilling message.
Yeah, another cheery story for the morning. So this is a report from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, who said that average families will be £1,400 worse off over the course of a year. This is things like rent going up and earnings going down. As we all know, earnings are being eaten away by inflation, and people are not getting pay rises to keep up with that. So people's earnings are going to be falling by about £700 over the course of a year. And I mean, this is really concerning for Keir Starmer. We were talking about kind of pension cuts and things like that earlier, because one of his first milestones, we've got the milestones and the missions, which sometimes get confused in my own head, was to make people feel like they had more money in their pockets. He said, I want to put more money back in working people's pockets. And in the last, kind of 6 months, Rachel Reeves has upped taxes, and she's going to have more spending cuts. So it's not just that people feel poorer, but they feel like the public services aren't working for them. So even the things that we take for free aren't working. And one of the really interesting things, if we look at this period, which some people are calling kind of austerity 2.0, and the austerity that we went through under George Osborne and David Cameron, during that time, our public services going into that period were actually quite strong.
The government would say we are protecting working people's pay packets. I think the tax rises they'd point to were the national insurance rises for businesses. They say they've raised the national living wage. They'll talk about keeping the pensions triple locked. They will come back and say we're doing what we can and we still stick to our pledge.
I think what's tricky, though, is that they've invited people to assess them on this measure. Keir Starmer said, sort of how well off people feel and the standard of living is something he wants to be measured on at the end of his time. And currently that's dropping. And it should be said, it's not just this report. This isn't an outlier. There was a report that came in from the National Institute of Social Economic Research this week, NISA, which said that the lowest 10% of UK earners are now £3,000 worse off a year than those in Germany. They're also worse off than people in Slovenia, France, Ireland. So we're starting to look comparatively not great with other parts of Europe.
And very briefly, because we're running out of time, Rachel Reeves likely to say the world is changing.
Yes, she is. She's likely to say we're looking at down the barrel of possibly a global trade war with the US, and that we need to have more money, and that's where these spending cuts have to come in, because we need to have resilience financially.
It's a tough message to put out there, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
We're out of time, but lots more to talk about in the next hour, so do come back soon, won't you? Molly and Sasha, thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a quick look at the weather.
The ideal atmosphere, whatever the altitude. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, our weather becomes more unsettled over the weekend and temperatures will return to near-average values. However, high pressure will attempt to build back next week, putting the emphasis on dry conditions. It's a bit of a grey start to the day with extensive cloud and outbreaks of showery rain. Early low cloud and fog in the southeast will clear, but there'll also be an area of heavy showers which will push westwards during the day. Northerly winds will be fresh over Ireland and through the Irish Sea, making it feel chilly there. Through the day, any remaining rain will become pretty showery.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
Do stay with us, we've got lots coming up for you. We'll have all the top stories after this short break. Don't go away.
We are under Israeli military restrictions in terms of some of the things that we can film, but it's important to be in there. What a slow drive for the president as he approaches his golf club. 4 more years! Free wherever you get your news. I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
very good morning. It's 7 o'clock. Coming up on the show today, the mother of Renee Graham tells Sky News she's always looking over her shoulder with her son's killer still walking free 8 months after his shooting.
And after his sprint victory in yesterday's sprint race, can Lewis Hamilton follow that up with victory for Ferrari in this morning's Chinese Grand Prix?
It's Sunday, the 23rd of March. The mother of a 15-year-old boy shot dead in broad daylight tells Sky News she feels like she's not going to get justice.
It's made me stronger in certain ways, but it's killing me. It is killing me on the inside.
The Chancellor will order the civil service to save £2 billion a year in a move that will cut thousands of jobs. Doctors say the Pope is well enough to be discharged from hospital today after weeks of being treated for double pneumonia. And thousands of people clash with police on the streets of Istanbul as they protest the detention of the city's mayor.
And in sport, it's a winning start for Wales in the World Cup qualifiers. Their 2 second-half goals secure a 3-1 victory against Kazakhstan in Cardiff.
Hello, very good morning. Thanks for joining us. The mother of a 15-year-old boy who was shot dead 8 months ago has urged the public to come forward with any information which could help find her son's killer. Renee Graham was murdered in a crowded park in West London during a pre-Notting Hill Carnival event. Sky's Siobhan Freeman-Powell sat down with Renee's mother, who says she fears she may never get justice for her son.
It's broken, it's shattered my life, to be honest. You know, everybody says what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's made me stronger in certain ways, but it's killing me. It is killing me on the inside.
Janae's son, Renee, was just 15 years old when he lost his life. He'd been at a pre-carnival party with friends. But just hours after this footage was filmed, the family fun day ended in tragedy. Renee Graham was gunned down. There were hundreds of people on this park the day Renee Graham was killed. Some would have seen the shooting, others would have seen the perpetrator getting away. But despite this and multiple police appeals, his killer still walks free. 8 months later, without answers, his mother's grief now compounded by anger.
I'm fuming about it. I'm fuming. Because right now, it seems like I'm not going to get justice for my son. Even when I go down to the road, I'm looking over my shoulder. I don't know who it could be. Do you understand? And that, it messes up your head. It really does. It plays with your head. Because you think, is my family at risk? Who do they know? Do they know who I am? And that living, you can't live like that. You can't. They need to be found as soon as possible.
The Met Police say the investigation is ongoing, but explained it received a minimal response from the public after 4 separate appeals, and still urges anyone with any information to come forward. Janae, though, holds more than her son's killer accountable. For much of his life, Renee was in care, but his mum says was not properly looked after.
He had no structure in his life, no school, nothing, for 5 years. What does that leave a young boy to do? They weren't involved as much as they should have been. And down to all of that, he ended up where he was and ended up living the life he was living. They failed him. And they need to take responsibility for that.
Westminster City Council says, "We continue to express our deepest sympathy. We supported Renee over several years, and every decision made was driven by Renee's welfare and with his family's involvement." Looking back, Janae acknowledges that she has also made mistakes that she will now never get the opportunity to rectify. So she is using her pain and anger to seek answers, demand accountability and pursue justice for her son. Siobhan Freeman-Powell, Sky News.
Civil service will be told to save more than £2 billion a year by the end of the decade as part of the government's spending review. So let's talk to our political correspondent Amanda Acas about this. She's at Westminster. Hi, Amanda. So civil service being told they've got to save some money. What does that mean for jobs, do we think?
Yes, this is a huge week for the Chancellor ahead of the announcements coming on Wednesday, when she's under real pressure as a result of her promise to stick to her fiscal rules, not to borrow more than is coming in through taxes, promising not to put up taxes, which means big spending cuts, especially with Friday's announcement that the cost of government borrowing had actually gone up by more than £4 billion more than had been projected back in October. So we already know that she's planning on saving around £5 billion from the welfare cuts, which were announced last week, and indeed which are proving highly controversial, unsurprisingly, with many Labour MPs, and likely to get even more so with the publication this week of an impact assessment into all of that. And then today we have first reported in the Telegraph this news that the government are going to be telling the civil service to cut their salary bill by £2 billion a year by the end of the decade, which equates to around 15% of the overall total cost of salaries of civil servants, which unions are warning will lead to tens of thousands of job cuts. There isn't a specific headcount target, but they're warning that even though the government says this will come from back office roles, HR, administration and communications, the unions say that doesn't mean there won't be an impact on frontline services. Now, the Tories say this is the Chancellor's fault for talking down the economy and putting up taxes on national insurance, which is why she's having all these problems with growth and borrowing costs. But the Chancellor will be arguing on Wednesday that the world has changed and she's got no choice but to take these decisions.
Yeah, and in the meantime, there's a report out today talking about how families could be worse off by the end of the decade. I mean, that's pretty uncomfortable reading for the Chancellor in the circumstances.
Absolutely. I think the Joseph Rowntree Foundation have published this analysis, which really gives a very bleak indication of what the real-world impact of the current economic situation can be and the government's spending decisions. If we look at some of the statistics, so they're saying that people on average by 2030, households will be £1,400 a year worse off. Also finds that average earnings are set to fall by £700 a year, and the average renter is set to pay £300 more per year in rent, and the average mortgage holder is set to pay around £1,400 more per year in mortgage interest. Now, this is all as a result of increased housing costs, falling real-term incomes and tax thresholds being frozen too. But what's particularly striking about this is that lower-income families are disproportionately going to be affected by this, which, considering that the Prime Minister made it one of his key milestones just back in December to raise living standards in all regions of the country by the end of Parliament, this would be a very sorry record for a government to be the first one since 1955 in which living standards have fallen by such an extent as a result of its government's policies and global economic trends.
Yeah, indeed. A big week for the Chancellor, as you say, Amanda. Thanks very much indeed. And Rachel Reeves herself will actually be on Trevor Phillips' show at 8:30. So plenty more on the economy to come. Do stay tuned. In the meantime, Pope Francis is due to be discharged from hospital today, 38 days after being admitted. Well, Sadia Chowdhury is here with me now. So, Sadia, really good news.
Yeah, great news for the Pope. He's been in hospital for 5 weeks. He's 88 years old, so that means any hospital stay or visit is actually something to be concerned about. But he's been there for 5 weeks. You might remember it was Valentine's Day when he went in. He had severe respiratory illness, and that's what he had to go in with. Doctors say he's now in a much more stable condition. So he's out of intensive care, he's on a regular ward, and he's doing well enough that they're going to release him to go home. But that doesn't mean he's completely out in the clear. He's going to go home. He's going to have access to oxygen at home. He'll also have 24-hour medical care available to him. And while he has been in hospital, all we've heard really is an audio message from the Pope, and we had a photograph released from the Vatican of him. So there'll be many people keen to see if they'll see him. He is due to come up to his hospital window at some point today. He's asked the Vatican if he's allowed to do that. So we think that that's what might happen. And that is just to do a greeting and a blessing. In terms of other appearances, of course, this has been the longest that he's been out of public view. In terms of other visits, the King and Queen due to visit. There's questions about whether he'll be fit and well enough to see them, but also Easter. Is he going to be back by then? We may see him, but we probably won't hear from him. A senior cardinal on Friday said that the Pope is going to need some time to learn how to speak again, because some of that treatment, the oxygen treatment, was quite invasive. But good news for him that he gets to go home today.
Absolutely. And his followers in Rome will be delighted, won't they? Sadia, thanks very much indeed. Some of the day's other news now, and thousands of people have clashed with police while taking to the streets to protest against the detention of Istanbul's mayor. Ekrem İmamoğlu, a key opposition rival to Turkey's president Recep Tayyip Erdogan, denies corruption and terrorism charges. The president has accused the opposition of trying to create an atmosphere of tension and chaos.
I believe it is worth reminding once again that the days of going out into the streets, taking left-wing organizations, extremists, and vandals with you, and threatening the national will are now behind us. The days when politics and justice were directed through street terror are now completely a thing of the past, along with old Turkey.
An Israeli airstrike has killed Hamas political leader Salah al-Badawi in southern Gaza, according to Hamas and Palestinian media. The airstrike reportedly killed the member of the group's political office and his wife. It comes as Israel resumed significant strikes on Gaza on Tuesday. At least 3 people, including a 5-year-old, have been killed in Russian attacks on Kyiv overnight. Ukraine's emergency services said that a woman was killed in a fire on the upper floors of a 9-storey building in the Dnipropetrovsk region, while another person died in a separate fire in a building in the south of the city. It comes just days after Ukraine and Russia agreed in principle to a limited ceasefire. Heathrow has ordered an internal investigation into the airport's response to the power outage that caused thousands of flights to be grounded on Friday. The Energy Secretary, Ed Miliband, has asked the National Energy System Operator to urgently investigate the fire that was responsible for the outage. Today marks 5 years since the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson declared the first COVID-19 lockdown. And it comes as union leaders say that lessons need to be learned about the dangers of cutting public services. They say the pandemic revealed the necessity of maintaining safe staff levels in the health and social care sector. Now, next month, hundreds of councils in England will begin charging a 100% council tax premium on second homes, following in the footsteps of Wales. However, economists and local government organisations warn that the policy would do little to solve the growing housing crisis, and they have concerns about loopholes being exploited. Sky's West of England correspondent Dan Whitehead reports from Cornwall.
The Jones family is constantly on the move. Mum Jenna is a chef, her husband runs a flooring business. But finding somewhere to call home in Cornwall has been a nightmare.
It has been the most horrendous struggle of our life. I applied for 23 properties over Cornwall. I didn't get the chance to view one of those 23 properties.
They pay nearly £2,000 a month in rent, but have had to move dozens of times due to landlords selling up.
It has consumed our family life, and everybody else that I work with locally. None of us are in a position where we can afford the going rents, and nobody that I know that I work with can afford to buy. So we're really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we really need a solution.
It's hoped a new council tax premium for second homes could help. And it's not just Cornwall introducing it. Sky News data shows 75% of councils in England are bringing in the 100% charge, essentially double council tax for second homes. There are around 557,000 second homes in England alone, the majority either holiday homes or for long-term investment. Analysis shows the new premium could raise an additional £445 million in yearly revenue. The hope is the charge will free up housing stock, but there are fears about whether it'll work and potential loopholes.
For instance, if the property is put up for sale, provided as part of a job or undergoing major refurbishment, they might be exempt from paying the new tax. There's concern as well that even if it does prompt some owners to sell their second homes, it's unlikely that many of these properties will be affordable for first-time buyers anyway.
Those representing councils do not believe the charge is a silver bullet.
No one is overstating the power of this. It is a nudge in the right direction. It is one of a suite of tools that can be used. But in and of itself, it will not solve the housing crisis, but it is a step in the right direction if councils wish to use that to better manage their supply.
Building may well be the ultimate solution. The government is pushing ahead with plans for 1.5 million new homes. For those already struggling, few believe the new council tax will help.
It's not going to make a difference. For many of the owners of second homes, a double council tax is maybe just like dropping a £5 out their pocket. Go, girls. Ready? Go.
For families like Jenna's, owning one home, let alone a second, seems out of reach. Dan Whitehead, Sky News in North Cornwall.
Let's take a look now at the weather.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, our weather becomes more unsettled over the weekend and temperatures will return to near average values. However, high pressure will attempt to build back next week, putting the emphasis on some dry conditions. It's a bit of a grey start to the day with extensive cloud and outbreaks of showery rain. Early low cloud and fog in the southeast will clear, but there'll also be an area of heavy showers which will push westwards through the day. Northerly winds will be fresh over Ireland and through the Irish Sea, making it feel pretty chilly there.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
Still to come here on The Breakfast Show, why senior faith leaders are calling on the government to be bold and ambitious when it comes to their child poverty strategy. An industry divided, we speak to South African farmers about Donald Trump's citizenship offer. And we've got our news review this morning with the host of the Westminster Insider podcast, Politico EU, Sacha O'Sullivan, and the I Global Affairs correspondent, Ollie Blackwell.
The Chancellor is looking for ways to promote growth.
Today, I want to talk about economic growth.
What plans will Rachel Reeves forecast for this spring?
Our growth prospects.
And will they bloom?
To British growth for growth, driving economic growth.
Get the full story first on Sky News.
Growth is the #1 mission.
First Minister, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you. How are you feeling?
Looking forward to getting into the parliamentary chamber.
Are you any further forward to making a decision?
No, it's an important day today.
All of the claims were in line with my parliamentary duties, so I'm making that clear to you, Conor.
He was a Scot through and through.
He was a very good politician.
Alex Salmond was controversial, he was a disruptor, but above all, he was respected.
Will you resign if you lose this week?
Again, I'm not planning to, of course, lose the vote of no confidence. I'm planning to win that vote of no confidence.
His face said it all.
My intention to stand down as party leader.
This is now a storm with deadly consequences. How are they feeling?
They're a bit scared at the minute.
We've been told to evacuate.
How are you feeling?
Devastated.
Hundreds of homes were wiped out by flooding. I'm Conor Gillis, Sky's Scotland correspondent.
It was probably the darkest time in my life.
Scott is 5 years sober after a cocaine addiction left him close to death.
Scotland has a shameful record. Worse than England, the worst in Europe. Why not just say you failed? Because then you might get more respect from families who've lost loved ones.
This is where one of the UK's most prolific rapists thought he'd got away with murder.
Sky News can reveal that former sex workers had told police he was sexually violent.
My Emma.
Free wherever you get your news. It's over, isn't it?
The Americans say he is Rossi, a fraudster.
This has been one of the most bizarre cases ever heard in a courtroom in this country.
A dangerous murderer.
Do you think you'll ever be able to forgive Andrew Ennis after this?
She said she can forgive him, but as long as he's behind bars.
By doing the right thing, it's destroyed your life.
They terrorised me. They intimidated me.
Sky News, the full story first.
Our app
gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos and analysis.
Evidence of the crisis.
Podcasts, watching us live.
Live here from Washington.
Wherever you get your podcast.
All in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
We're rolling.
Welcome to the world.
Our new podcast, starting now. It's very exciting. Every week, we'll be reporting from the world's trouble spots.
We get to hold those in positions of power accountable, and we get to ask the questions that the audience, the listeners, want to know about.
And that's why it is so important that people tune in, come along for the road, come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
Now, senior faith leaders from across the country are calling on the government to be bold and ambitious in its forthcoming child poverty strategy. The pleas have been made in an open letter addressed to the co-chairs of the Ministerial Child Poverty Task Force, Liz Kendall and Bridget Phillipson. 35 leaders signed the letter, including the Bishop of Leicester, the Right Reverend Martin Snow, who joins me now. A very good morning to you. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Good morning.
So tell us a little bit more about this letter and the message within it.
So this comes from a whole range of faith leaders, myself obviously as a Christian, but also Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Sikhs and others. We are concerned, I think, that the government's proposed child strategy, which they're working on at the moment, should not just be about reducing expenditure, but absolutely has to be a bold and ambitious plan for the nearly 4.5 million children who are caught in poverty in the UK at the moment.
To what extent are you seeing struggling families where you are?
Well, Leicester, in fact, has a higher rate than the rest of the country in terms of child poverty. So I do see that locally. I visited family hubs, which are a wonderful place where all sorts of different services come together, a one-stop shop, if you like, for families to receive the support that they need. But I also know that they are seriously under threat at the moment, that actually their funding may be cut and they are struggling to deliver the services that are desperately needed.
And yet the government has set up this child poverty task force to which you've addressed your letter. It's publishing its strategy later on this year. Its promise is to bring about an enduring reduction in child poverty. Are you saying that you don't trust that the task force is up to the job?
No, we're simply calling on them to be bold and ambitious. We know that the government have serious challenges in terms of funding. That became clear this last week with the announcements about welfare changes. But we, as faith leaders, want to make the moral case for why the government needs to put the most vulnerable in our society at the front and centre of this new policy. So we know that there are simple things that they could do which would make a big difference to people's lives. The 2-child limit, for instance, on benefits. Simply scrapping that would lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Now, we know that costs money, so they have to make tough choices around all of this. So that's why we're issuing this plea at this moment in time before the government's strategy is actually finalised.
I know that everyone watching won't doubt your passion about this subject and your concerns, but there are some who might feel uncomfortable about faith leaders getting involved in what they see as political issues. What would you say to them?
Well, I would say that our faith touches on every aspect of life, and that includes my interactions with my neighbours. Jesus taught me to love my neighbour as myself, and that means just as I would want my own children to be able to grow up with opportunities in life and to not have to worry about the basic essentials of life. So I want that for my neighbours who live around about me, and indeed every child in this country. So I think we have a shared faith. And I think that would include actually many who may not believe in God at all, but nevertheless would have the same moral values. So that's our appeal to governments, that they need to put the children trapped in poverty first in their policy making.
Just one other question on a different subject while I've got you. The job of Archbishop of Canterbury is currently vacant. Is that something that you'd be interested in doing?
I seem to get asked that question quite a lot at the moment, and my reply has simply been to say that in the church we believe in God's call. If I should sense a call from God towards that job, and if the church should affirm that, then I'm open to that possibility, but it's a long way off yet.
OK, well, Bishop of Leicester, Right Reverend Martin Snow, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks so much for talking to us. Time to look ahead to what's coming up in the sport. Jackie is here.
Yes,
and,
they're up and running.
Up and running.
They're up and running in Shanghai, in China, for the second Grand Prix of the season. Last week there was loads of drama in Melbourne. There was a lot of shenanigans on the track, and some of it to do with the drivers, some of it to do with the safety car, tyres, all of that. Very dry there at the moment, looks fine. We're going to give you an update on what is going on in that race. But Lewis Hamilton, having won the sprint race yesterday and notched up 8 points, has moved from 5th on the grid to 4th, but early days in that race. So we'll be bringing you right up to date on that. Also, Wales made hard work of their match against Kazakhstan in their World Cup qualifying campaign, but in the end, it was a hard-fought 3-1 victory. We'll tell you how Rangers got their hands on the first women's trophy of the year in Scottish football in their League Cup final against Hibernian. And we'll fill you in on what's going on here as Great Britain's new Indian Wells champion Jack Draper saw fans leave in huge numbers halfway through his match at the Miami Open. The question is why?
Sky News get the full story first.
Is this now all your territory?
Yeah. The battlefield is outside the barricades. We are in the middle of a forest, in a jungle really, and they're attempting to keep these men alive. I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent. It's really dangerous. Many people have died riding it.
Welcome back to The Breakfast Show. Coming up, I'm going to be joined for our newspaper review by Sacha O'Sullivan, the host of Westminster Insider at Politico Europe, and Molly Blackhall, who's Global Affairs correspondent at The Eye, to go through the Sunday papers for you.
And they'll have the latest from the second Grand Prix of the season. It's in China. They're up and running. Lewis Hamilton's moved up a place. I just need to go and check that nothing disastrous has happened since I started talking.
Let's hope not. All those updates coming up. First, though, let's fill in on our top stories this morning. And the mother of a 15-year-old boy who was shot dead last July tells Sky News she's always looking over her shoulder. Renee Graham was murdered in broad daylight at a park in West London, and 8 months on, his killer still hasn't been caught, despite numerous police appeals.
It's made me stronger in certain ways, but it's killing me. It is killing me on the inside.
The civil service will be told to save more than £2 billion a year by the end of the decade as part of Rachel Reeves' spring statement. It's understood the Cabinet Office will tell departments to make the cuts this week. The Pope will be able to continue his recovery in the Vatican after being discharged from hospital in Rome later. The Pontiff has spent the past 38 days being treated for double pneumonia, which left him in a critical condition. In Turkey, thousands of people who have taken to the streets to protest against the detention of Istanbul's mayor have clashed with police. Ekrem İmamoğlu is a key opposition rival to Turkey's President Erdogan, and he denies corruption and terrorism charges. Now, diplomatic relations between the US and South Africa are at an all-time low. Donald Trump has slammed the South African government for unfairly targeting white landowners after they introduced the 2024 Expropriation Act, which enabled them to take private land, sometimes without compensation. Well, the US president has even gone as far as to offer fast-track citizenship to white farmers. So, how many will take him up on the offer? Our Africa correspondent, Yusra Elbrighe, reports.
South Africa's rolling citrus farms are readying for harvest and export to America. But a ripe economic relationship is turning bitter as tensions heighten between the two countries with every passing day. So this fruit may never land on US soil.
These citrus trees feed Americans and the South African economy through a lucrative trade agreement that's now at stake, with relations between the two countries souring. But while President Trump and Elon Musk extend their support and even asylum to white farmers here in South Africa, lucrative farm owners are concerned by what a deteriorating relationship could mean economically.
If we lose the US market, we're in deep trouble. So we estimate that 35,000 jobs is dependent on the AGOA agreement. In South Africa, it's got an unemployment rate of around 40%. 35,000 jobs is a lot.
Have you heard anything from the farmers in your association about taking up Trump's asylum offer at all? Is anyone interested?
I don't think anybody has taken it serious. You always have fringe in any society. You'll have 5 or 10% fringe that will take it up and will carry that flag. But the most people I deal with, most people speak to, love South Africa and would like to stay here.
But the reality in South Africa is that the legacy of apartheid still looms over a labor force of underprivileged coloured and black people, with more than half the land here owned by a white minority of only 7%.
I mean, is it quite common to have a white farm owner and then black farm workers?
Yes, it's quite common. Yeah.
Vonnie's small farm is the typical setup for white farmers in South Africa's northern provinces. Harvested by black labourers and vulnerable to crime, with owners that feel threatened by an expropriation act that empowers the government to seize land in the public's interest. A cause taken up by President Trump in his battle with the South African state, fueled by Elon Musk repeating debunked claims of a white genocide.
How does it feel, Vonnie, that the question of white South African farmers is now on the world stage?
In a sense, it's good. If it's done wrongly, it's going to be bad. So for us, we have been, we heard from our president, they say, why don't you talk to us? I mean, like, we're trying to, and they don't listen. We don't even get appointments. Now suddenly somebody else has it. So it opened up the conversation of our problems that we have. But we personally don't feel that it's at this stage really a genocide against us. I think President Trump knows about these things. He's not very happy about the expropriation law, etc., targeting things like that. But I don't think it's his biggest problem. I think his biggest problem is our government's friendliness with their enemies.
A country already marred by racial inequality, crime and unemployment is under the microscope of Trump's Oval Office, with its aggressive intervention in South African affairs, digging divisions deeper into the ground. Yusra al-Bagher, Sky News, South Africa.
Now, Jackie's just come into the studio faster than a Formula One car.
That's actually not far from the
last minute of action before she came in.
It's not far from the truth, actually.
Cut it quite fine.
To be honest, they are going quite fast.
How's it going?
Yeah, well, no disasters yet. Most of them have pitted, but let's have a look.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
It's no secret Wenger needs world-class defenders. Dozens of clubs are sure to be keeping an eye on Campbell's contract talks.
Arsenal always had to identify the talent. It was never my decision, because he had to coach them, he had to motivate them, he had to train them, and I have actually executed his wishes. Once we knew that Sol Campbell could be available, then we had to go into overdrive, because he was such a prized possession.
Arsenal's history, we were trying to win trophies, and by adding Sol Campbell to that defence, it meant that we were going to win more trophies, because he was that much of a good player.
If you want to be successful at club level, then you've got to keep your best players, and Sol Campbell, without a shadow of a doubt, is one of those.
Obviously, it's so important to the team. I mean, Sol's a great player. I'm sure if Sol was put up for sale, then every club in the world maybe would want Sol Campbell in their team.
He's a very private person. No one really knew what was going on in the background. There must have been huge amounts going on, a lot of speculation. Never about Arsenal, by the way, always about Inter Milan or Bayern Munich. And I think that would have been accepted from the Tottenham faithful.
So it's so long Sol, as one of the most drawn-out sagas of the season finally ends. The club feel Campbell's wage demands were excessive.
We're disappointed at what perhaps I would term the slightly unacceptable face of where football is going to at this moment in time. A contract demand of around £140,000 a week, frankly, is obscene. At the end of the day, the market will determine exactly what he's going to get. The club did its very best.
Did you demand this basic salary that Spurs have talked about of £130,000 to £140,000 a week to stay at the club?
No.
Some reports, wherever they came from, said that you even asked for a £7 million signing on fee on top of that.
Not true.
And generally, how do you feel about the way the club's behaved?
Disappointed.
Hurt. But Sol was a character that, remember, he was the lowest paid player in the England team. He was one of the lowest paid players in the Tottenham team. But his focus wasn't about money, because if it was, then you would just go, where's my contract? I want more money. And no one talks about the fact that he put that to the side and said, I will do something when I'm ready. And nobody should be forced into signing a contract or anything like that.
Pretty much understand that, if someone hasn't signed a contract, there's a good chance they'll leave. So first and foremost, if you're a player and you're left behind and he's gone, you want to see who else is coming in, see if we can replace him. He was almost irreplaceable, so. But it was and I understand it was very difficult for the fans to digest and the club. But to actually lose a player of that quality and get nothing for him was a huge blow.
A lot of people have got opinions on my life. It's about time I've had opinion on my own life.
So now the negotiations can begin in earnest. Sol Campbell can name his price and pick his club pretty much anywhere in Europe. Tottenham's fans recognise that now, but there is one condition. Please don't make it Arsenal.
He knows and his agent knows where we stand on it. He has said he will make a decision by perhaps the first week in July, and we've got to wait for that. If it doesn't come by then, I guess we'll have to fry our fish elsewhere. But hopefully if he stays this side of the channel, it'll be Dover, Sol. Sol had a very good agent, Sky Andrew, who worked with him. And he was very helpful and very, very discreet. So we didn't know who we were up against. We had a guess that I think it was Real Madrid or AC Milan at the time, and Bayern Munich came in. And it all manifested itself in the press, that we realised we were under pressure. Most of our meetings were done after midnight, walking around my garden in Totteridge. And because he was paranoid, quite rightly, of getting busted by the paparazzi. And we had to make sure that it was very, very private and nobody would know about it. So it was at his decision to meet after midnight.
I think we had to walk in the garden, we had to walk in on the road with the dogs in the middle of the night. And Sol had ran the garden with Mr. Dean, and he had this chat with Austen on the sofa.
And of course there was one famous occasion when he didn't leave my house till about 3 o'clock. And my youngest son was just coming back from the West End, and actually he busted us, of all people. So he walked in and very smartly said, "Hi guys," he said, "would you like some breakfast?" And then he made us some French toast, I think.
Considering it was such a big possible move, Sol hardly spoke to Arsene Wenger or Mr. Dean. I spoke to them on his behalf. Even then I was a bit cagey. It wouldn't have surprised me if Mr. Dean had just said, "Oh, I've had enough with this fiasco," because we kept refusing to speak to anybody.
He realised that moving to Arsenal, was he going to have a better chance at the time of being perhaps more successful in his career? Moving, particularly with Arsene Wenger, was Arsene Wenger going to take his career to another level? And I think that was a very important part of his decision making.
Austen said to him, "Don't make a decision on hate," which just resonated with him, and it resonated with me because he was absolutely correct. If Arsene Wenger wasn't the manager and David Dean wasn't the CEO, this deal would have never happened. I had my own friends who said to me, who were top.
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Now, 250 years on, and it's safe to say that Jane Austen's work has stood the test of time. From films to stage productions, creatives all over the world have reimagined Austen's writing, bringing her words into the 21st century. Here's our arts and entertainment correspondent, Katie Spencer.
And Mr. Darcy owns half of Derbyshire. Come along, let's introduce you. Go feminism!
It's a little more unbuttoned than how most people know Pride and Prejudice, but this is Plied and Prejudice. Australian playwright Matthew Semple hoping to attract a younger demographic with his Gen Z adaptation.
We opened it in Brisbane, Australia last year, and we had to add about a month's worth of shows because it just popped off. I think it's absolutely a story for and of and by young people. Like Jane Austen wasn't much older than many Gen Zs today when she wrote it.
This year marks Jane Austen's 250th birthday. Her work, a foundational part of the literary canon, still held up for its sharp social commentary on class, marriage and gender roles.
2.5 centuries on, remarkably, there's still a lot for people to relate to. Miscommunication and the search for a good match are still very much alive, but with LinkedIn flexing instead of landed estates.
For so long, I have craved you.
I cannot deny this anymore. From Bridget Jones to Bridgerton, numerous works have been inspired by Pride and Prejudice, but this has to be a first. Austen's classic given a spicy rewrite, adapted into a 14-hour erotic audiobook this year.
It is fascinating that people still want to interpret and progress the stories, let's say, which is testament actually to the solid plots of those books. Mr. Darcy is not very nice at the beginning of the book, so he's kind of a bad lad. The key tenets of the connection between them and them wanting to be soulmates, you know, that's still appealing to people.
Dear Diary, I'm so sorry I haven't written of late. I've been illiterate.
This is Lady Clementine. Stand-up comedian Rosalie Minnett's modern take on an Austen-inspired character.
We're in quite an interesting space with genders and men and women not really understanding each other. We're all sort of wrestling with this idea of love that came from that period of history. Being let down by men, being pressured by your mum, these are all things that I think that modern women still deal with.
While Jane Austen's popularity hasn't diminished, had she been writing today, who knows, Sense and Sensibility might have been a little more Sense and Situationships.
Shall we dance?
What a terrific idea! Come along, Darcy.
Go with me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Still to come here on The Breakfast Show, we're going to take you through the Sunday papers once again with the host of the Westminster Insider podcast at Politico EU, Sasha O'Sullivan, and the Global Affairs correspondent, Molly Blackall.
First Minister, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you. How are you feeling?
Looking forward to getting into the parliamentary chamber.
Are you any further forward to making a decision?
No, it's an important day today.
All of the claims were in line with my parliamentary duties, so I'm making that clear to you, Conor.
He was a Scot through and through.
He was a very good politician.
Alex Salmond was controversial, he was a disruptor, but above all, he was respected. Will you resign if you lose this week?
Again, I'm not planning to, of course, lose the vote of no confidence. I'm planning to win that vote of no confidence.
His face said it all.
My intention to stand down as party leader.
This is now a storm with deadly consequences. How are they feeling?
They're a bit scared at the minute.
We've been told to evacuate.
How are you feeling?
Devastated.
Hundreds of homes were wiped out by flooding. I'm Conor Gillis, Sky's Scotland correspondent.
It was probably the darkest time in my life.
Scott is 5 years sober after a cocaine addiction left him close to death. Scotland has a shameful record, worse than England, the worst in Europe.
Why not just say you failed? Because then you might get more respect from families who've lost loved ones.
This is where one of the UK's most prolific rapists thought he'd got away with murder. Sky News can reveal that former sex workers had told police he was sexually violent.
My Emma.
Free wherever you get your news. It's over, isn't it? The Americans say he is Rossi, a fraudster. This has been one of the most bizarre cases ever heard in a courtroom in this country. A dangerous murderer.
Do you think you'll ever be able to forgive Andrew Ennis after this?
She said she can forgive him, but as long as he's behind bars.
By doing the right thing, it's destroyed your life.
They terrorised me. They intimidated me.
Sky News, the full story first.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos and analysis.
Evidence of the crisis.
Podcasts, watching us live.
Live here from Washington.
Wherever you get your podcast.
All in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
We are under Israeli military restrictions in terms of some of the things that we can film, but it's important to be in there. What a slow drive for the president as he approaches his golf club. 4 more years! Free wherever you get your news. I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, DC.
Welcome back. Time to take you through the Sunday papers once again. This morning I'm joined by Sasha O'Sullivan, the host of Westminster Insider at Politico Europe, and Molly Blackall, Global Affairs correspondent at The Eye. So welcome back to both of you. We dealt with a few of the front pages in the last hour, but Molly, there's a story on the front of the Sunday Telegraph that you wanted to talk about, and this is the fallout from that huge power outage that took Heathrow out of action on Friday, and various reviews now being announced.
Yeah, so Ed Miliband has basically announced that he wants the government to have a proper deep dive into how it is that this was able to happen and whether we've got a kind of infrastructural issue within our energy system which makes it too vulnerable to issues like this. You know, how did one fire in one sort of power station take out not only Heathrow Airport, but also the surrounding areas. And it's a very valid question. However, it is one I wish he'd asked earlier. I don't think that we, should be waiting until something like this happens to ask about the resilience of our national infrastructure. We do have a massive problem here in that lots of our infrastructure is very dated. And we are facing increasing sort of cyber attacks, increasing tensions with countries like Russia. And I think there are very serious concerns, particularly in the sort of defence area, about whether or not we're up to the task here. For instance, if there was a cyber attack on our energy grid and all of the lights go out, what does that mean for traffic lights when they aren't working? What does that mean for people without power? And how many households nowadays, particularly younger people, which, I would accept we're a part of, have, for instance, a torch which, operates off a battery or a first aid kit, or know what to do, in situations like this. So I think it's a very serious conversation that we need to have around infrastructure, and it's a shame that it's coming after this point, but I'm sort of pleased that it's happening.
Yeah, and Heathrow themselves have also announced that they're launching an investigation into their own resilience, and that's another question as well, isn't it? The fact that they were reliant on one substation, so it does beg the question. Well, it was answered on Friday, what happens when that substation hits a crisis.
There is, and there's kind of split responsibilities here, right? Like, there's the responsibilities because Heathrow is a private company, but it's also key national infrastructure. So part of it is government, but part of it is also just from a kind of company perspective. You have to think, how much money is this going to cost the airlines? How much money is this going to cost, all of the periphery that operates around an airport like Heathrow, for us to be so reliant on one power station?
Absolutely, and obviously safety a big issue as well when it comes to power. And they have their own backup systems, but they can power just the basics, which they say would keep it safe.
And the stories of people waking up on Friday morning to just darkness. I think out near Hounslow, it was
tens of thousands affected. Yeah, and another article about the Heathrow debacle in the Times, well, talk us through what it says. It says it in the headline, but go on.
Yeah, so it's this kind of... Thomas Waldby, the chief exec of Heathrow, got a great night's sleep while everything was happening, which he would say, and I can understand, I delegated it, and he said he's very proud of how his team dealt with the situation, that it wasn't Heathrow's fault, but he basically went to bed at about 12:30 a.m. when the shutdown of the airport was called by his deputy at about 1:44 in the morning. And he then was back in the office at 9 a.m. But to be perfectly honest, that sounds just like a normal working day if you've had to work a bit late that night. And I think at a time like that, Heathrow hasn't faced such a shutdown ever. And I think you should be working through the night.
Well, and I don't think he's confirmed his
Yeah, it's not entirely clear where this has come from.
They're quoting Heathrow insiders, aren't they?
Yeah, Heathrow insiders.
Who also defended him and said, there was a crisis, you need to get a good night's sleep, there are important decisions to be made the next day, kind of thing.
Yeah, his argument, or their argument, or somebody's argument seems to be that, he needs to be rested in order to take these important decisions. And I do think Sasha's got a point here. There was 1,000 flights cancelled and 200,000 passengers affected. It might be time to pull an all-nighter, but he makes a valid point. It's actually not my favourite story on this. My favourite story was The Guardian sent a reporter down to the local area to find out what had gone on for them. And actually, there were loads of areas under the flight path who said it was blissful. So there was chaos within Heathrow, but outside of it, people were like, finally, it's peace and quiet. So tiny bit of silver lining to all of that.
Yeah, very little. I'm sure the passengers watching...
Yeah, not comforted by that.
Not comforted by that. Let's move on to a story that I understand that you... have a very different take on, each of you.
We do.
So talk us through it. This is in the Telegraph, and the headline is RHS opens garden gates to man's best friend. This is the Royal Horticultural Society.
For me, this is a very happy story. The Royal Horticultural Society is letting dogs into one of its gardens in Devon, and they're saying, look, if you're on a short leash, if you stay to the part, if you're not kind of going into the vegetable patches and things like that, and you have a well-behaved dog, then why shouldn't they be able to enjoy the gardens that we all get to enjoy?
I oppose this view, and I will go out on a limb. I know it's an unpopular opinion to be anti-dog, and I am not in every situation. But I don't think that we need to have them running around everywhere. You know,
they're not running; they're on a leash.
It's a slippery slope. We are introducing, can I just say, we are introducing something apparently called wee polls. This is an undignified thing for us to be having to look into. How do people make sure their dogs wee on said polls? I just feel dogs have sort of, you know, nearly free rein in parks, and that is, as somebody who runs, you know, someone with small children in our family, I don't always feel comfortable around that. I mean, I had a safe space here, and it now appears to be taken away, and I do think it's a slippery slope. It's going to start at RHS Rosemore and it's going to end up in Sky Studios. We're going to have, you know, little dogs running around, and I'm not sure we want wee polls everywhere.
We have had dogs in the studio, I have to say, but not usually during a paper review. But anyway, Sasha, what do you make of that then?
Look, I am very pro-dog. I have a lovely golden retriever called Claude back home in Australia, who I admit is somewhat badly behaved. But if he's on a leash, he's fine. And he just loves love. You know, he would take one look at you, Molly, and he would melt your heart.
Let's see. I think this is going to take some research from both sides. We'll have to compromise.
I don't think we've got time now to talk about anything else, but I think we've used our time very helpfully there and set the nation talking about whether or not dogs should be allowed in Royal Horticultural Society gardens. Thank you for launching that debate.
Thank you.
Lovely to have your company this morning. Sasha and Molly, thanks very much indeed. Have a good Sunday.
Thank you.
Let's take a look now at the weather.
The perfect climate, wherever the destination. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, our weather becomes more unsettled over the weekend and temperatures will return to near average values. However, high pressure will attempt to build back next week, putting the emphasis on dry conditions. It's a bit of a grey start to the day with extensive cloud and outbreaks of showery rain. Early low cloud and fog in the southeast will clear, but there'll also be an area of heavy showers which will push westwards through the day. Northerly winds will be fresh over Ireland and through the Irish Sea, making it feel pretty chilly there. Through the day, any remaining rain will become showery. Temperatures will range from single figures in the north to highs in the mid-teens Celsius in the south.
The perfect climate, whatever the forecast. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Stay with us, lots coming up for you here on The Breakfast Show. We'll have all the top stories coming up at the top of the hour. And don't forget, Trevor Phillips on Sunday at 8:30 with the Chancellor this morning.
We're rolling.
Welcome to the world.
Our new podcast, starting now. It's very exciting. Every week, we'll be reporting from the world's trouble spots.
We get to hold those in positions of power accountable, and we get to ask the questions that the audience, the listeners, want to know about.
And that's why it is so important that people tune in, come along for the road, come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
Hello, a very good morning. It's 8 o'clock. Coming up on the show today, the mother of Renee Graham tells Sky News she's always looking over her shoulder with her son's killer still walking free 8 months after his shooting.
And can Lando Norris or Lewis Hamilton win the second F1 race of the new season in China? We'll have the very latest from Shanghai.
It's Sunday, the 23rd of March. The mother of a 15-year-old boy shot dead in broad daylight tells Sky News she feels like she's not going to get justice.
It's made me stronger in certain ways, but it's killing me. It is killing me on the inside.
The Chancellor will order the civil service to save £2 billion a year in a move that will cut thousands of jobs.
And live at 8:30, I'll be asking the Chancellor herself about all of that and much more on Sunday Morning with Trevor Phillips, ahead of a very important week for Rachel Reeves, the government and all of us.
Doctors say the Pope is well enough to be discharged from hospital today after weeks of being treated for double pneumonia. Thousands of people clash with police on the streets of Istanbul as the city's mayor is formally arrested pending a trial on corruption charges.
And in sports, it's a winning start for Wales in the World Cup qualifiers as 2 second-half goals secure a 3-1 victory against Kazakhstan in Cardiff.
Hello, a very good morning. Thanks for joining us here on The Breakfast Show. The mother of a 15-year-old boy who was shot dead 8 months ago has urged the public to come forward with any information which could help find her son's killer. Renee Graham was murdered in a crowded park in West London during a pre-Notting Hill Carnival event. Sky's Siobhan Freeman-Powell sat down with Renee's mother, who says she fears she may never get justice for her son.
It's broken, it's shattered my life, to be honest. You know, everybody says what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's made me stronger in certain ways, but it's killing me. It is killing me on the inside.
Janae's son, Renee, was just 15 years old when he lost his life. He'd been at a pre-carnival party with friends. But just hours after this footage was filmed, the family fun day ended in tragedy. Renee Graham was gunned down. There were hundreds of people on this park the day Renee Graham was killed. Some would have seen the shooting, others would have seen the perpetrator getting away. But despite this and multiple police appeals, his killer still walks free. 8 months later, without answers, his mother's grief now compounded by anger.
I'm fuming about it. I'm fuming. Because right now, it seems like I'm not going to get justice for my son. Even when I go down to the road, I'm looking over my shoulder. I don't know who it could be. Do you understand? And that, it messes up your head. It really does. It plays with your head. Because you think, is my family at risk? Who do they know? Do they know who I am? And that living, you can't live like that. You can't. They need to be found as soon as possible.
The Met Police say the investigation is ongoing, but explained it received a minimal response from the public after 4 separate appeals, and still urges anyone with any information to come forward. Janae, though, holds more than her son's killer accountable. For much of his life, Renee was in care, but his mum says was not properly looked after.
He had no structure in his life, no school, nothing, for 5 years. What does that leave a young boy to do? They weren't involved as much as they should have been. And down to all of that, he ended up where he was and ended up living the life he was living. They failed him. And they need to take responsibility for that.
Westminster City Council says, we continue to express our deepest sympathy. We supported Renee over several years, and every decision made was driven by Renee's welfare and with his family's involvement. Looking back, Janae acknowledges that she has also made mistakes that she will now never get the opportunity to rectify. So she is using her pain and anger to seek answers, demand accountability and pursue justice for her son. Siobhan Freeman-Powell, Sky News.
The civil service will be told to save more than £2 billion a year by the end of the decade as part of the government's spending review. So let's find out a little bit more. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Amanda Acas, who's in Westminster for us. So, Amanda, the civil service being asked to save money, what does that mean for jobs?
Well, the civil service unions are warning that tens of thousands of civil service jobs are likely to be on the line as a result of this, with departments across the board being told to save £2 billion a year by the end of the decade in order to help balance the books. We're told that these will be jobs in backroom roles, admin, HR, communications positions. It's not actually to make savings cuts, but more in order to funnel the money that is saved from those positions, from that bureaucracy, into frontline services, which the government are trying to protect. Now, the unions point out that it's a false economy because it's not possible just to simply separate frontline services from those supporting roles, and that any cuts across those kind of positions will reflect in the kind of service that's delivered and how effectively the machinery of state is able to deliver on the government's priorities. But clearly, the Chancellor and her team have decided that this is a necessary part of trying to rein back public spending without cutting frontline services as much as they would have to otherwise, because this is all in the context of a very busy week for the Chancellor ahead of the spring statement on Wednesday, in which we're expecting announcements surrounding around £10 billion of cuts altogether. We already know about that £5 billion in savings being made from the welfare bill, which is, of course, highly controversial with many Labour MPs, likely to be even more so on Wednesday because the government's also going to be publishing its impact assessment on how that's going to affect people up and down the country who currently rely on those benefits, who may be facing cuts in future. We know as well that the Chancellor has pledged to increase defence spending more quickly than had previously been planned. There's talk of additional investment in innovation in defence as well. Possibly some of the money that's currently earmarked as day-to-day spending could be moved to long-term investment, which effectively will help the Chancellor balance the books because under her fiscal rules, she doesn't want to borrow to fund day-to-day spending, but it's a different case for investment. But clearly the economic context is very difficult. We understand the Chancellor's going to be talking about global factors, the fact that the world has changed, and very much concentrating on that. The Tories, of course, arguing the reason the economy is in a difficult state and she's having to make these tough decisions on spending is because of her own decisions made in the budget to put up national insurance, talking down business confidence as well, and that's an argument I'm sure we're going to have much more of this week. And just finally, one potential impact of all of this economic gloom is in terms of living standards, because the Joseph Rowntree Foundation publishing some research today which suggests that by the end of the decade, households will on average be £1,400 a year worse off as a result of real terms falling wages, increases in housing costs, and also tax threshold freezing. So clearly, very real-world impacts of these economic decisions set to be felt for many years to come.
Indeed, and an awful lot on Rachel Reeves' plate as well. Amanda, thanks very much indeed. Well, the Chancellor herself will be speaking to Sky's Trevor Phillips later this morning, in fact, very shortly. Also on his show at 8:30, the Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride and the Liberal Democrats Treasury spokesperson Daisy Cooper. That's Trevor Phillips on Sunday at 8:30. Now, Pope Francis is due to be discharged from hospital today, 38 days after being admitted. Sajid Chowdhury is here with me. Really good news.
Yeah, really great news for him. He's been in hospital for 5 weeks now. That's the longest time that he's been, the longest health crisis he's had since he became Pope 12 years ago. He's 88 years old, so that's any concern for someone that age to be in hospital for that long. So he'll be really pleased to be able to go home today. Doctors say that he's going to go home to 24-hour medical care and he'll have access to oxygen. We know that he went into hospital on the 14th of February with a respiratory illness and that he had been given oxygen. He was in quite a bad way when he was in hospital, but they say he's now in a stable clinical condition, which means he's out of intensive care. He's in a regular ward controlled and his vital signs are steady. And while he's been in hospital, we haven't really seen much of him. We had a photograph released by the Vatican and an audio message that he recorded for people who follow him. And as I say, he'll come home, he'll have lots of care when he gets home. And there are lots of questions about when we'll next see him. So he's asked the Vatican if he can make a window appearance from his hospital. And there we have a shot of the hospital there, live pictures. He's asked if he can make a window appearance at midday today. We don't know if that will definitely happen, but it could do, and that is midday local time. He is on orders to rest for the next 2 weeks, which means we may just see him come out for Easter Mass. But if we do see him, we probably won't hear him because apparently his voice will need some time to retrain, so he'll have to learn how to speak. Some of that treatment that he took, the oxygen for, was quite invasive. So anyway, the Pope set to go home today, and that is after a 5-week hospital stay. I'm sure he's very, very pleased.
Indeed, and his millions of Catholic followers as well, of course. Sadia, thanks very much indeed. Let's take a look at some of the morning's other headlines now. And Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, a key opposition rival to Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has been arrested pending the outcome of a trial on corruption charges. That's as thousands of people clash with police while taking to the streets to protest against the detention of İmamoğlu. He denies corruption and terrorism charges. President Erdogan has accused the opposition of trying to create an atmosphere of tension and chaos.
I believe it is worth reminding once again that the days of going out into the streets, taking left-wing organizations, extremists and vandals with you and threatening the national will are now behind us. The days when politics and justice were directed through street terror are now completely a thing of the past, along with old Turkey.
An Israeli airstrike has killed Hamas political leader Salah al-Bardawil in southern Gaza, according to Hamas and Palestinian media. The airstrike reportedly killed the member of the group's political office and his wife. It comes as Israel resumed significant strikes on Gaza on Tuesday. At least 3 people, including a 5-year-old, have been killed in Russian attacks on Kyiv overnight. Ukraine's emergency services said that a woman was killed in a fire on the upper floors of a 9-storey building in the central Dniprovsky district, while another person died in a separate fire in a building in the south of the city. It comes just days after Ukraine and Russia signed in principle to a limited ceasefire. Today marks 5 years since the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson declared the first COVID-19 lockdown. And it comes as union leaders say that lessons need to be learned about the dangers of cutting public services. They say the pandemic revealed the necessity of maintaining safe staff levels in the health and social care sector. Heathrow has ordered an internal investigation into the airport's response to the power outage that caused thousands of flights to be grounded on Friday. Energy Secretary Ed Miliband has asked the National Energy System operator to urgently investigate the fire that was responsible for the outage. Now, next month, hundreds of councils in England will begin charging a 100% council tax premium on second homes, following in the footsteps of Wales. However, economists and local government organisations warn that the policy will do little to solve the growing housing crisis, and they have concerns about loopholes being exploited. Sky's West of England correspondent Dan Whitehead reports from Cornwall.
The Jones family is constantly on the move. Mum Jenna is a chef, her husband runs a flooring business. But finding somewhere to call home in Cornwall has been a nightmare.
It has been the most horrendous struggle of our life. I applied for 23 properties over Cornwall. I didn't get the chance to view one of those 23 properties.
They pay nearly £2,000 a month in rent, but have had to move dozens of times due to landlords selling up.
It has consumed our family life, and everybody else that I work with locally. None of us are in a position where we can afford the going rents, and nobody that I know that I work with can afford to buy. So we're really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we really need a solution.
It's hoped a new council tax premium for second homes could help. And it's not just Cornwall introducing it. Sky News data shows 75% of councils in England are bringing in the 100% charge, essentially double council tax for second homes. There are around 557,000 second homes in England alone, the majority either holiday homes or for long-term investment. Analysis shows the new premium could raise an additional £445 million in yearly revenue. The hope is the charge will free up housing stock, but there are fears about whether it'll work and potential loopholes.
For instance, if the property is put up for sale, provided as part of a job or undergoing major refurbishment, they might be exempt from paying the new tax. There's concern as well that even if it does prompt some owners to sell their second homes, it's unlikely that many of these properties will be affordable for first-time buyers anyway.
Those representing councils do not believe the charge is a silver bullet.
No one is overstating the power of this tool. It is a nudge in the right direction. It is one of a suite of tools that can be used. But in and of itself, it will not solve the housing crisis, but it is a step in the right direction if councils wish to use that to better manage their supply.
Building may well be the ultimate solution. The government is pushing ahead with plans for 1.5 million new homes. For those already struggling, few believe the new council tax will help.
It's not going to make a difference. For many of the owners of second homes, a double council tax is maybe just like dropping a fiver out their pocket. Ready? Go!
For families like Jenna's, owning one home, let alone a second, seems out of reach. Dan Whitehead, Sky News in North Cornwall.
Now, cities around the world switched off their lights to mark Earth Hour last night. Famous and historical landmarks, including St Peter's Basilica, the London Eye, the Empire State Building, they all went dark for an hour in a symbolic gesture which has been going on since 2007. The annual campaign by the environmental group, the WWF, is held to demand action to address the climate crisis and to raise awareness of global environmental issues. Now, Jackie is here, and it's good of her to join us, actually, because there's a very exciting Formula One race going on right now that you've been keeping your eyes on.
Just managed to tear myself away. It seems like it's very difficult to overtake on this track in Shanghai. Lewis Hamilton has pitted twice, the others haven't, so he's dropped down a space. I think his plan is when their tyres all start to wear, he'll be in the box seat. Let's see. But it hasn't had the sort of ups and downs of Melbourne in the first race.
Is that partly because of the weather?
Well, it was partly because of the weather, but there was various things. There were crashes and all the rest of it. It seems much more straightforward. But we'll get the latest from that because it's still happening right now. Also, action from Cardiff as Craig Bellamy's Wales side start their World Cup qualifying campaign with a hard-fought 3-1 win over Kazakhstan.
The Chancellor is looking for ways to promote growth.
Today, I want to talk about economic growth.
What plans will Rachel Reeves forecast for this spring?
Our growth prospects.
And will they bloom?
To British growth for growth, driving economic growth.
Get the full story first on Sky News.
Growth is the #1 mission.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We start with breaking news. Historic day here today.
The golden age of America begins right now.
A long-awaited ceasefire is now underway.
First question, Sky News.
This is a huge moment.
It's incredible.
Now to California.
Do you owe citizens an apology? Have you nothing to say?
Jane Secker, Sky News. Would you like to respond to us now?
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
In principle, would you agree to do that?
Criticism of you is banned. How is this a fair election?
The cameras are poised, waiting to see what the president might do next.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We're going to do this 100 times every day for the next 3 months.
Why have we agreed to this?
Raises many questions about many things.
Actually seeing people impacted, she was so upset.
It was powerful. They kind of couldn't believe they were being berated here.
Very much on my terms, I think was the subtext. News happens fast around Donald Trump.
It was a kind of wow moment.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, doesn't it?
It's Trump world, and we just live in it.
So,
where next.
Follow Trump 100 wherever you get your podcasts.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. Alex Crawford joining us now from Ukraine.
Their personal possessions are all scattered around the place.
Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, try and make sense of the big numbers for us.
Things can change incredibly quickly, and that's what they have done.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
We're rolling.
Welcome to the world.
Our new podcast, starting now. It's very exciting. Every week we'll be reporting from the world's trouble spots.
We get to hold those in positions of power accountable, and we get to ask the questions that the audience, the listeners, want to know about.
And that's why it is so important that people tune in, come along for the road, come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
So Jackie's here with all the day's sport, and it's that tricky thing where you're getting us up to date with the latest on a race that's still going on at the moment.
I know. I'm about to say there's 10 laps to go, but that could now be 9 because I'm sitting here talking to you. But anyway, do my best. It seems like it's a difficult race in which to overtake. It seems to be quite a difficult thing to do. Lewis Hamilton has pitted twice, I suppose with the view that his tyres will be fresher towards the end and he can then make a sort of late surge. It seems to be going better for him than it was last weekend, so that's a good thing. And having won the sprint race yesterday, he's got 8 points on the board. But, Piastri is at the front and will want to keep that position. Norris will try and nick that off him. So I suppose the end of this race is going to be pretty exciting. If you want to have a look at it, you can head over to Sky Sports F1 right now. What was very nice at the beginning, actually, before they even started, was the tribute to Eddie Jordan, who died on Thursday. All of the drivers, all of the mechanics, all lining up just to pay tribute to him. He was such a massive character in that sport and did so much to evolve it and evolve the marketing of it as well. I think everybody wanted to say goodbye to him, and that was just, a really fitting way to do it. Anyway, let's have a quick look at what is happening, not just in F1, but across the sporting world.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
It's no secret Wenger needs world-class defenders. Dozens of clubs are sure to be keeping an eye on Campbell's contract talks.
Arsene always had to identify the talent. It was never my decision, because he had to coach them, he had to motivate them, he had to train them, and I effectively executed his wishes. Once we knew that Sol Campbell could be available, then we had to go into overdrive, because he was such a prized possession.
Arsenal's history, we were trying to win trophies, and by adding Sol Campbell to that defence, it meant that we were going to win more trophies, because he was that much of a good player.
If you want to be successful at club level, then you've got to keep your best players, and Sol Campbell, without a shadow of a doubt, is one of those.
Obviously, it's so important to the team. I mean, Sol's a great player. I'm sure if Sol was put up for sale, then every club in the world maybe would want Sol Campbell in their team.
He's a very private person. No one really knew what was going on in the background. There must have been huge amounts going on, a lot of speculation. Never about Arsenal, by the way, always about Inter Milan or Bayern Munich. And I think that would have been accepted from the Tottenham faithful.
So it's so long Sol, as one of the most drawn-out sagas of the season finally ends. the club feel Campbell's wage demands were excessive.
We're disappointed at what perhaps I would term the slightly unacceptable face of where football is going to at this moment in time. A contract demand of around £140,000 a week, frankly, is obscene. At the end of the day, the market will determine exactly what he's going to get. The club did its very best.
Did you demand this basic salary that Spurs have talked about of £130,000 to £140,000 a week to stay at the club?
No.
Some reports, wherever they came from, said that you even asked for a £7 million signing on fee on top of that.
Not true.
And generally, how do you feel about the way the club's behaved?
Disappointed. Hurt. But so was a character that, remember, he was the lowest paid player in the England team. He was one of the lowest paid players in the Tottenham team. But his focus wasn't about money, because if it was, then you would just go, where's my contract? I want more money. And no one talks about the fact that he put that to the side and said, I will do something when I'm ready. And nobody should be forced into signing a contract or anything like that.
Pretty much understand that, you know, if someone hasn't signed a contract, there's a good chance they'll leave. So first and foremost, if you're a player and you're left behind and he's gone.
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Trevor Phillips is up next. First, though, let's get the weather.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, our weather becomes more unsettled over the weekend and temperatures will return to near average values. However, high pressure will attempt to build back next week, putting the emphasis on dry conditions. It's a bit of a grey start to the day with extensive cloud and outbreaks of showery rain. Early low cloud and fog in the southeast will clear, but there'll also be an area of heavy showers which will push westwards through the day. Northerly winds will be fresh over Ireland and through the Irish Sea, making it feel a bit chilly there.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
Rachel Reeves says she won't raise taxes to fuel her search for economic growth. She won't borrow either. But if the Chancellor had a walk-on song for her spring statement, it would probably be Tamla Motown's very first #1. Money don't get everything, it's true, but what it don't get, I can't use. Give me money. In truth, the Chancellor's in a hole. She says the Tories dug it. They say she needs to stop digging. Reeves needs to find billions to balance the books. But after cuts in winter fuel payments, international aid and welfare benefits, is her party running out of patience yet? 3 days to go to the Chancellor's biggest test since the last one. She said last year's budget was once in a parliament, but things have got worse again, and now it looks like there's billions of pounds of cuts coming. Can public services, the economy and her own party take it? We'll speak to Rachel Reeves. The current government blames the last one for much of the problems it faces. So what would the Tories do differently now? We'll speak to Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride. And we'll be joined by the Liberal Democrats' Treasury spokesperson and Deputy Leader, Daisy Cooper. Plus, with us throughout the show, the political editor of The Spectator and soon-to-be the United States editor of The Times, Katie Balls, the broadcaster Daisy McAndrew, and the chief leader writer of The Observer and Guardian, columnist Sonia Soda. Welcome to Sunday Morning with Trevor Phillips. This morning, a major poverty think tank publishes research suggesting that British families will become poorer over the next 5 years, and that on present policies, households which are already at the bottom of the pile will fall even further behind. Of course, some people say that money isn't everything. Just weeks before he was assassinated in 1968, the presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy, famously told Americans that gross national product does not allow for, amongst other things, the health of our children, the beauty of our poetry, the strength of our marriages, or the intelligence of our public debate. He said it measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile. But this week, the United Nations published its annual list of the happiest countries in the world. Britain was 23rd, ahead of America, France and Italy, but behind Finland, Canada and Germany. Awkwardly for Bobby Kennedy's admirers, 16 of the 22 countries happier than us were also richer per head than us. The hard fact is that people tend to be happier if they've got more money in their pockets. On Wednesday, the Chancellor's going to have to admit that the better part of a year into her government, there is still no growth in sight. And thus far, there's no sign that she's got anything up her sleeve to put a smile on the face of the nation. The spring statement is on Wednesday. It's likely to be a much bigger event than the Chancellor expected or hoped. We already know there'll be welfare cuts, and we're pretty sure there'll be billions more in spending cuts for so-called unprotected departments. That could be the likes of Justice or the Home Office. We spoke to the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, a little earlier. Can we start with Heathrow? It must be embarrassing, Chancellor, to have our biggest airport knocked out by a fire in a single substation and then not have the capacity to divert flights to, let's say, Gatwick. Are you regretting the decision to put the final decision on a second runway at Gatwick off for 6 months?
We've given an in principle decision to expand Gatwick, as well as supporting expansion of a third runway at Heathrow. I think what's happened over the last couple of days...
put it off for 6 months.
Well, it's the first time that we've had an in-principle decision to expand Gatwick. That's been welcomed by Gatwick Airport and by the operators. We do need to expand airport capacity in the UK, and I think that what we've seen in the last couple of days shows how important that is, but also how important it is to build the resilience in our UK critical infrastructure, including our hub airport, Heathrow.
Well, I suppose the reason that I ask you that is that putting off the Gatwick decision by 6 months feels like another British way of doing infrastructure. We're going to promise it, but we're going to put it off again and again. What happened this weekend feels like another example putting off infrastructure, and then we pay the price, as we did on Friday and Saturday.
We've given an in-principle decision to expand Gatwick. That has never happened before, although it's something that the airport has been asking for a long time. So we're not kicking this into the long grass. There's some work to be done to make sure that it can be done without all the judicial reviews that so often hold up infrastructure in the UK. And we've also made a commitment to have spades in the ground in this Parliament at Heathrow when we build a third runway there. So this government are getting on with the job, building the infrastructure, whether that is the digital infrastructure, the transport infrastructure, the energy infrastructure, or indeed the 1.5 million homes that this country needs.
Okay.
We're backing the builders, not the blockers.
OK, well, I'm sure this is not the last time we're going to discuss that, but let's get on with what you're going to do this week, which is a spring statement. The Office of Budget Responsibility is going to slash its growth forecast, we hear. Some say by as much as a half. You have no fiscal headroom left. Just how serious is the country's financial situation?
I'm not going to preempt the Office of Budget Responsibility's forecast, but the world has changed. We can all see that before our eyes. And government are not inactive in that. We'll respond to the change and continue to meet our fiscal rules, but we're also shaping the new world, whether that's in the defence and security realm or indeed on the economy. I promised at the general election to bring stability back to the economy. As a result of that stability, interest rates have been cut 3 times since the general election. That's a far cry from the 11% inflation and the interest rate hikes that we saw under the previous government. And that's only been possible because we've put our public finances on a firm footing, and we've also put our public services on a firm footing, which is what I did in the budget last year.
This is a rather cheerful reading of the situation. Actually, inflation was on its way down when you came in. It's actually slightly ticking back up. But the point I really wanted to ask you about is to describe how serious you think it is. The Joseph Rowntree Trust Foundation today predicts a huge fall in living standards by the end of this Parliament.
I reject that.
You think they're just wrong?
I reject that. And the Office of Budget Responsibility will set out their forecast this week. Living standards in the last Parliament were the worst ever on record. The Office of Budget Responsibility forecast... the Office of Budget Responsibility forecast in October that living standards would increase at double the rate in this Parliament as they did in the last Parliament. They'll set out their updated numbers this week. But if you look at wages at the moment, wages are rising today at twice the rate of inflation. That is very different from what we saw under the previous government.
But just to be clear, you're saying that you simply don't think that living standards are going to fall. In fact, you're suggesting that they're rising now and they'll continue to rise. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm confident that we will see living standards increase during the course of this Parliament. What we've already seen in these last few months of the Labour government is a sustained increase in living standards. Next month, at the beginning of April, people on the national living wage will see a 6.7% increase in their wages, £1,400 more a year. That's only possible because of the stability that we have returned to the economy. And of course, those 3 cuts in interest rates from the Bank of England mean that mortgage rates are lower than they otherwise would have been. We've got to do more, absolutely, in terms of raising living standards, but this government have already got started in delivering our plan for change.
Well, look, there's you can say the picture you've just painted, but there's a different way of seeing this. Inflation isn't coming down as fast as you hoped it was.
Well, again, the Office of Budget Responsibility will do their forecast.
Well, they'll do that. Well, I'm just... never mind the forecast. Let's look at what's happened already. Inflation's not coming down at the rate you hoped it was. Interest rates are being held. They're not coming down. The growth figures are absolutely flat, and per capita growth is actually falling. Are you being a bit complacent about where we are now?
I know that we need to go further and faster in delivering economic growth and seeing public services improve. But there are no shortcuts here. It's the hard yards that are necessary.
But if you want to do people to do the hard yards, you have to convince them, surely, that the situation demands it. And what we're hearing this morning from you, I'm afraid, is one that says, actually, it's kind of OK, don't worry too much.
No, things have changed since the general election. We've had cuts in interest rates, not hikes in interest rates, and wages are rising faster than inflation. That was not the case in the previous Parliament, which was the worst on record for living standards. But are you saying, do we need to do more to grow the economy, to address the cost of living crisis? Absolutely we do. That is why we are reducing bureaucracy and regulation. It's why we are reforming the pension system to bring more money into the economy and so much more.
I want to come to what you're going to do, but I just want to get clear on what you think the problem you're solving is. Has the economy declined, got worse, more difficult since you came to office or not?
The economy is not growing fast enough. I'm not satisfied with the numbers that we see at the moment.
It's not growing at all. Last month was 0.1. OK, it's gone up and down a bit, but it's basically flat on its back.
And it's not possible within just a few months to reverse more than a decade of economic stagnation. But we are making the changes that's necessary to get Britain building again, to bring money into the economy. The International Investment Summit that we hosted last year brought more than £60 billion of investment into the United Kingdom. Our commitment at the budget to spend £100 billion more on infrastructure during this Parliament, the creation of a national wealth fund to leverage in private sector money into our economy. The OECD predicted just last week that our economy will be the second fastest G7 economy in terms of growth next year. Yes, we do need to do more. Growth is the #1 mission of this government. We're turning things round, but it takes hard work and there are no shortcuts to get there.
Let's talk about how much of the situation we're in is you and how much is the past. You routinely blame the Tories for the situation you're in, but business leaders routinely say that it was your pessimistic messages in the autumn that discouraged spending, your national insurance rise that halted hiring and depressed the economy. Honestly, looking back at it now, did you overdo the doom and gloom?
When I became Chancellor, we did inherit a £22 billion black hole in the public finances.
Much
I had to take,
but anyway.
Well, the OBR set out that in the numbers they published last year. We have addressed that. It did require difficult decisions, particularly in terms of tax.
But that's not what I'm asking you about. The message you were giving, and the Prime Minister, through the autumn was, it's terrible, it's awful, we have to do all sorts of things. Did you overdo the pessimism?
No, we took the action that was necessary to ensure that our public services and public finances were on a firm footing. And the tax, the national insurance, the non-dom tax, the VAT on private schools, that money has been used to both secure the public finances and to put more than £20 billion into the National Health Service, which is why for 5 months in a row now we've seen NHS waiting lists decline. It's why from April we're beginning to roll out breakfast clubs, free breakfast clubs at every primary school to help working parents and give children the best start in life.
Forgive me for interrupting you.
That's what we've been able to deliver.
But those national insurance rises haven't actually kicked in yet. They're about to kick in now. Is that going to depress the economy further?
Well, look, the Office of Budget Responsibility will set out their forecast. I recognise that there are costs. Because it's them who do the forecast.
Because you're the Chancellor, and you've mentioned the OBR, I think, now 5 times. Who's running this country? Is it you or the OBR?
I make the policy decisions, but it is right that forecasting is done by someone else. I shouldn't be marking my own homework, and I'm not going to be doing that. Unlike the previous government, I've got respect for those independent economic institutions. But, Trevor, your question is, do tax increases have an impact on the economy? Of course they do. But imagine if I'd have done something else last October. Imagine if I'd have swept the problems under the carpet and said everything was fine. Then today, when we face the aggression from Russia, we wouldn't have the additional money to spend on defence. We would be in a situation where NHS waiting lists will continue.
It's not additional money. You took it out of overseas aid. It's not additional money. You took it out of the international aid budget.
Yes, we made that decision, but if the public finances weren't on a firm footing, we'd have to be raiding budgets to prop up the public finances. Instead, we were able to redirect money from international development to defence spending, and the Bank of England have had the confidence to cut interest rates 3 times since the general election. That would not have been possible unless I had delivered a budget that brought stability back to the economy. And I'll make no apologies for doing that, because it's not the wealthy and the most privileged who lose out when the economy is unstable. It's ordinary working people and ordinary businesses who see the costs of borrowing go up, who see that uncertainty in the economy having a direct impact on their living standards. I have returned stability to the economy, and that was the right thing to do.
Let's talk about what you are actually going to do next. It's reported that you want to cut civil service costs by 10%. What is it that civil servants are doing now that we don't really need to have done? And can you give an example of a task done by humans that's going to be done completely by AI?
Yeah, there's a number of briefing roles that can now be done by technology. Business use technology and AI much more than we do in the public sector. And it's one of the reasons why in the zero-based review that every department is doing at the moment.
As an aid, not as a replacement for human capabilities.
Well, actually, a bit of both. I mean, for example, in departments like His Majesty's Revenue and Customs and DWP, we're rooting out fraud in part by using technology much better. That's a really good example of how we are using technology to deliver better public services at lower cost to the taxpayer. Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, announced the abolition of NHS England, the biggest quango in the world.
Last week telling me about
employing more than 15,000 people. We can make efficiencies there. We can do the same work with less people if we reduce that duplication. We've already taken out 2 regulators because we don't think we need them.
Yeah, you took out 2 regulators, but you've invented another 27.
That is just not the case. We've taken out 2 regulators. That's been welcomed by business, and it would also reduce the cost of running the state. But NHS England, 15,000 people today, often duplicating the work that the Department of Health doing. I want money spent on the front line, not on bureaucracy.
How many civil servants are you going to get rid of?
Well, what we've done is not a civil servant target, but an admin target. So that also targets consultancy spend, for example.
How many people are going to lose their jobs?
Well, it will be up for every department to set out those plans. But I would rather have people working on the front line in our schools and our hospitals and our police rather than in back office jobs. So this isn't just about...
No, but you have to be straight with people. How many civil servants are going to lose their jobs in broad terms? OK, I'm not asking you for, 532 or 5,027, but broadly speaking, is it 5,000? Is it 10,000? Is it 15,000?
We've said a 10 to 15%, 15% by the end of the Parliament reduction in admin budgets. In admin budgets. So that includes consultancy, it includes travel budgets, it includes communications budgets. So it doesn't all have to be about people. But when we make those savings...
Some of it is going to be about people. And when you can't say this is going to be pain-free.
No, but what I am saying is it will deliver better public services, because I would rather we had people employed by the NHS working in our hospitals rather than in a government department. So this is about doing things differently and putting money where people see it most. During COVID...
Chancellor, this is what people say about politicians. I ask you a question that says, broadly speaking, how many roles are going to get lost? I cannot believe that you're telling your colleagues we need to take 10% out without any idea how many of those are going to be actual jobs. I just cannot believe that that's what you're doing.
I'm confident that we can reduce civil service numbers by 10,000. And during COVID, there were big increases in the number of people who were working in the civil service. That was the right thing to do to respond to those challenges. But it's not right that we just keep those numbers there forever, because they haven't been cut back since COVID, despite the fact that the world has changed since then. And I don't want money spent on bureaucracy and back office functions. I want those staff on the front line, teaching our kids, working in our hospitals, delivering those frontline public services.
Is it true that Chief Secretaries asked some departments to model budget cuts of over 5% and 11%?
We've asked departments to do a zero-based review, and so to rank all of their spending from the most vital to the least important. And it's through that exercise that we've made decisions to take out regulators. It's through that exercise that we've made decisions to get rid of NHS England, and we will continue to use that to make sure there hasn't been a zero-based review of government spending since 2007.
But I was asking about departmental budgets.
Yes, so we've asked every department to rank their spending from the most important to the least important.
So you haven't said, give us a picture of a 5% cut or 11% cut. You simply... The zero-based budgeting is a whole different exercise.
Well, we've asked them to rank every line of their expenditure, from the most important, so you can see what the top 1%, the top 2%, and indeed the least important 1%, 5% and 20% of spending. And then we will ask departments, well, with a budget, would you rather spend more on your priorities or would you rather continue the budgets as they are today? Because I think it is really important that we evaluate everything that we do, because in the end, this is the money of ordinary working people and ordinary businesses, and it hasn't been evaluated since 2007. I am absolutely convinced we can get better value for money for all of the taxes that are paid into the system.
But I'm not entirely clear. You're asking people to tell you, what their priorities are, but you haven't told me whether that's for the purpose of just saying, this is interesting, we might move the money around, or for the purpose of deciding where you're going to cut spending. Are there going to be spending cuts?
There will be real-term spending increases in every year of this Parliament. Real-term spending increases in every year of this Parliament. But as a government, we have to decide where that money is spent. And we want to spend it on our priorities. We set out a plan for change at the election about reducing waiting.
What is not clear is, when you put forward the budget, you were talking about real terms increases, I think something above 1%, 1.3%, I believe it was. Is that what is going to be the case for the rest of Parliament, or will the spending increases be lower than that 1.3%? I'm trying to work out what is actually going to happen.
We'll set out all of that in the spending review, including with the departmental allocations in June. But what I can tell you, Trevor, is that in every single year of this Parliament, there will be real terms increases in government spending. But of course, as a government, we will allocate the money to the areas where we think we can get most bang for the buck, where we can deliver on the priorities of the British people, which is improving living standards, reducing NHS waiting lists, making sure that every kid gets the best start in life.
We've had a pretty thorough discussion about this. On almost everything you said to me, it is, I can't tell you how many jobs
I just did, Trevor.
Yeah, eventually. You told me 10,000.
Well, because the target is not a civil servant number target.
But the point is, it sort of feels like what you want to do is to say, it's all going to be tough, but actually there's not really going to be too much pain for anybody. It just feels like you're not being entirely straight with us.
Well, if you work for NHS England, a lot of those jobs will go. Okay. But if you work on the front line in public services, we won't put more money in there. In the budget, because of the difficult decisions that I took on taxation, we were able to put more than £20 billion into the NHS. That's the priorities of this government, and those are the priorities of the British people, and we're delivering against them. Okay. But are we going to do everything the same? No, we are not. We are going to change how government works. We're going to rewire the state and put money into priorities, not just keep on doing what the previous government did.
Cutting welfare... let's not get... Just no interview with a senior government minister can go past without a question about Mr. Donald Trump. What impact do you expect the Trump tariffs to have on our economy?
Well, we want to avoid tariffs, and we are working on an economic agreement at the moment. Well, wait a second. I've got a little bit more confidence in our negotiators, and we're working to get a deal with the United States. We're working quickly on that. When our Prime Minister, when Keir Starmer met Donald Trump a couple of weeks ago, Donald Trump, the US President, said that he wanted to work on a deal, and that's what we are now doing. I believe in free and open trade. I want to reduce tariffs, not increase them.
You're expecting us to escape the fate of Mexico, Canada, most of the EU, and that we'll be the only people he won't slap tariffs on?
Well, let's see what happens. I don't want tariffs. British businesses don't want tariffs. It results in higher prices and less choice for people in the shops. So we are working to try and ensure that we can continue the free and open trade. There are 1 million British people working for American firms. There are 1 million Americans working for British firms. We have balanced trade with the US, no surplus, no deficit. We want to keep it that way.
Chancellor, a pleasure talking to you as always.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's see what our panel made of all that. We're joined all morning by the political editor of The Spectator, soon to be the US editor of The Times, Katie Balls, the broadcaster Daisy McAndrew, and the chief leader writer of The Observer and The Guardian columnist Sonia Soda. Katie, that was upbeat Rachel today. She was quite robust. What do you think she has to do on Wednesday with this spring statement?
Well, it was never meant to be a particularly big event, the spring statement. The idea is you have the budget in the autumn, and this was just to almost say, well, here are how things look. And unfortunately for the Chancellor, because the economy has deteriorated, because she left herself some headroom, but not enough headroom, we're now expecting to see that event have two pieces of bad news. One being that the growth forecast is going to be slashed. And secondly, that her headroom may no longer exist. So therefore, she needs to find some more headroom, which is where you get into these cuts on civil service, some of the welfare reform. So I think she needs to show that she has, show to the markets that she has a plan, but also through that plan of cutting things, keeping her party on side about enough to get through it.
I want to come to the party, but Daisy, did you hear a plan there?
I heard a lot of sort of, it's not me, Gov, we're doing our best. Look at the inflation figures, which always sounds very shallow just before a sort of mini fiscal event like this. I think she's really struggling. I think she's struggling for both important constituencies. As you said, we were going to talk about the party being very important, the Labour Party, but also the financial markets, who I'm not sure are buying what she's selling. So I think she certainly is in a much weaker position than she was a few months ago. And you can see the shark circling around her and her popularity plummeting.
What do you think, Sonia? Is she on her own here, or is it still number 10 and number 11 working together?
I think it's still number 10 and number 11. I think the issue is that when you look at where the criticism is coming from within the party when it comes to spending cuts, it's not just usual suspects. So it's usually loyal MPs, backbench MPs, who are particularly unhappy about disability cuts. You've got people like David Blunkett, hardly from the left of the party, saying, actually, this is a point where the Chancellor needs to stop thinking about cutting spending and thinking about rewriting the fiscal rules as they are in Germany. You've got other people saying, well, let's look at tax rises instead. And I think that's the key thing here. The Chancellor wants to say, look, I've got no real choice apart from cutting spending. And it is inevitable that those spending cuts are going to hit the most vulnerable in society the worst, I think. That's what we're starting to see. But there are others in the party who say, but that's not the only option. You could relax your fiscal rules, or you could actually, for example, freeze tax thresholds for the next couple of years. Painful, but maybe it's better than some disabled people losing up to £10,000 a year. I'm
quite surprised, actually, that there's nothing, but we may hear something on tax thresholds. Let's talk about what we understand that she's going to do. 10,000 out of 500 civil servants. Daisy, does this amount to rewiring the state, as the phrase that we keep hearing?
No, and it's always such an easy lever for politicians to pull, because civil servants losing their jobs never gets any public sympathy. It's not, as she was very keen to say, she'd rather see nurses have these jobs rather than civil servants, but it's easy. And when you actually get down to it, it's not that easy. It's easy to sell, but it's very difficult to actually do. And it's that sort of headline-grabbing number that you know that you're going to get picked up on, but actually in the future, when we look back, I absolutely guarantee it won't end up happening. Well,
you say it's headline grab. It took 6 goes for me to get a 10,000 figure out. I'm not quite sure why she just didn't say it's 10,000, because actually this strikes me as a classic piece of Starmerism, which is big problem, massive catastrophe, massive difficulty. Here's a tiny 10,000 is what, 1 point a bit percent?
Yeah, the savings.
1.7%.
Yeah, the savings are, and it's the same when you look at the NHS, for example. They've announced that they're abolishing NHS England and bringing Department of Health and NHS England together. That might be 10,000 jobs as well. In the scale of the NHS budget, it is really incremental, which makes you start to feel like some of this may just be a bit more presentational. The other thing is, of course, is that there's not a lot of public sympathy for civil servants losing jobs. That's true, but if that's 10,000 from the civil service in general, some people think it could be another 20,000 job cuts from NHS England and regional integrated care boards. These are actually starting to be a fair number of jobs as well. People with mortgages to pay, kids in school, and that's a lot of people to be losing jobs.
I think on the one hand, you obviously have figures in number 10 who really want to talk up the idea that this is now an insurgent government and they are, tearing things down from the inside. You have these, they will compare themselves sometimes to Dominic Cummings, for example, with that diagnosis of the state is not working. And that's because they think if you're taking on the Reform Party and others, you can't look like you're part of the problem. you have to look as though you're changing things from the inside. But then, as you say, you look at some of these numbers and this radical solution is actually fairly small fry in places. I mean, even the benefits changes, the welfare reforms, obviously, as Sonia said, there's lots of Labour MPs who think they're cruel and unhappy, but if you look at the numbers of savings compared to the ballooning welfare bill, it's still fairly minimal in terms of what you're going to be left with on cost for the taxpayer.
I think it's interesting that you're mentioning reform. A lot of people saying that Rachel Reeves has got until the autumn and it'll depend on how well reform does between now as whether she'll keep her job.
OK, well, we'll no doubt talk a bit more about the politics of this, but clearly it's nothing like what's happening where you're going, where there's a bloke with a chainsaw taking the axe or taking a chainsaw to civil service. It is now 9 o'clock. You're watching Sunday Morning with Trevor Phillips. In the last hour, the Chancellor's told this programme that she's confident the government can cut 10,000 civil service jobs to save money. Rachel Reeves said she totally rejected a new report saying living standards would fall across the Parliament and said, wait and see on US tariffs on the UK. Well, a lot more to come this morning. Shortly, we'll get the Conservatives' take on the upcoming spring statement and our interview with Rachel Reeves. The Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride joins us any second. And we'll also have reaction from Westminster's third party, the Liberal Democrats' Deputy Leader and Treasury spokesperson Daisy Cooper is live later in the hour. The current government often blames the last lot for many of their problems, so let's get the view from the Conservatives now. A little earlier, I spoke to the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride. Mel Stride, if it's true that the government plans to send failed asylum seekers to a third country in the Balkans, would you support that in principle?
Well, we need to look at it closely. Whilst it is for failed asylum seekers, it is nonetheless very similar to the kind of arrangements that we were bringing in around Rwanda, which, of course, the current government scoffed at and said would never work. My view was that they pulled that far too early. We had flights ready to go off in July, so we never saw the actual effect of that happening, other than the fact that we saw a number of asylum seekers actually leaving Northern Ireland to escape our jurisdiction at that time in various changes. So deterrence works. Deterrence works. But it's interesting they've come back to the kind of territory that we were in, which they said was the wrong thing to do.
So if they bring us to the House of Commons and say, this is what we're going to do, we've accepted the principle of deterrence, you guys are going to line up behind them?
Well, we'll have to look at any particular approach in detail before coming to a firm conclusion. And, of course, we don't know the form in which any of those votes, if there are any, are put before the House, so we'll have to consider that at the time. But my point is, Trevor, this is important. They talk down what we did with Rwanda. They do now seem to be moving in that kind of direction. And there's a certain irony there. And also the fact that, of course, by cancelling Rwanda, they wasted a huge amount of money.
OK. Well, it's so interesting. When you're in government, everybody... things that you wanted in government in opposition don't look quite so attractive, it seems. But anyway, let's talk about the spring statement. Your boss, Kemi Badenoch, promised last autumn to, I'm quoting here, make Rachel wriggle. You've already come out this morning criticising her before she's said anything much. Just as a matter of good manners, don't you think, given that much of what she's got to deal with is your doing or your party's doing, period of silence might be in order from the Tories?
Well, we've had various things to say about the past, but we're now looking ahead with this government coming to the House of Commons on Wednesday with what will be an emergency budget, effectively. It won't just be reading out the figures from the OBR. There'll be major announcements that will have to be made. And they will have to be made because the government has not gripped the economy. So the first thing that Rachel Reeves and the government did on coming into office was to talk down the economy. They came up with this fictitious black hole of 22 billion that the OBR themselves says they won't legitimise.
Well, say it's fictitious.
Well, the OBR said, and I'm using their language, they will not legitimise that figure. So they have looked at it in detail. But look, also what they've done is they've slapped huge amounts of taxes on businesses. They've borrowed vast amounts of money across the forecast period. That has pushed inflation up higher than it would otherwise be. That has meant interest rates being higher for longer, so interest rates will be coming down more quickly had they not taken those decisions. And that has impacts for the public finances because of our debt servicing costs, and also for mortgage holders and others.
I'm hearing the critique. What I'm not hearing is any acceptance of responsibility for the situation that they and we are in on behalf of your party, which was in government for 14 years.
So look, I think across that 14 years, there were many things that the Conservative Party did that were absolutely right, not just around the economy, for example.
I've been wrong there. I was hoping that you might admit that there was something that you didn't do right.
Jobs. Look, there were things. Net migration was certainly one of them that we've already touched on, and Kemi has had a number of things to say about that. But look, we got us through COVID, and we got us through the inflationary pressures that came to our shores because of the war between Ukraine and Russia, and we supported the economy through that. On the day of the general election, we had just had the fastest growth.
More of a hearing if, for once, you guys were to say, you know what, we made some mistakes. The trust budget, some of our migration, yes, but some of our decisions on spending and so on, much higher. The disability benefits bill ballooned during your time. Wouldn't it give you more of a hearing if you for once admitted, actually, you made some mistakes?
So Trevor, on the so-called mini-budget, I was then chair of the Treasury Select Committee, and I had a lot to say about it before it happened, when it happened, and since it happened. And that is a situation that this party will never, ever repeat. So I will make sure that by the time we get to the next general election, the electorate are very confident that we believe in sound money, in prudence when it comes to the public finances, and that we will make sure the economy is kept in a sustainable and good place. And it's as simple as that. Now, just very quickly, though, the inheritance that this government had was the fastest growing economy in the G7, almost record levels of employment, near record low levels of unemployment. We'd had real wages rising for 13 consecutive months. And we brought that inflation that came to our shores because of the Russia-Ukraine war down from over 11% to bang on target at 2% on the day of the general election. It hasn't taken this government more than about 6 or 7 months to unwind all of that and put us in a position where actually growth is now stone dead.
Let me ask you about some of the decisions that the Chancellor might have to make. One of the things that, talking to the Chancellor this morning, that struck me is that she referred to the OBR several times and waiting for the OBR's forecast, working on the OBR's numbers and so on. If you were to return to government, would you reverse enshrining into law the OBR's powers? Because there are some people who are asking, who's really running the government now? Is it the Treasury or is it the OBR?
So I think it's important that we have a body that basically marks the government's homework, and that it's not left to chancellors to decide what the forecasts are going to be, because there's always a temptation then to be overly optimistic. That's not the same thing as saying that we shouldn't look at the way the OBR works. It's not the same thing as saying we shouldn't look at the way a number of these arm's length bodies work, the FCA, the PRA and others, and what their remit is.
These are financial regulators.
Those are financial regulators, exactly. So I think we need to start with a blank sheet of paper, but I think the principle of making sure there is an independent, robust assessment of the Chancellor's figures and fiscal interventions and so on is an important and sound principle.
All right. This is the first time I've had an opportunity to talk to you since we heard Liz Kendall's statement on disability benefits and so forth. Your colleague Helen Whately, in responding to those proposals, said that they didn't go far enough. Who else would you be punishing to balance the books?
There's no question about punishing anybody, but there is a question here.
That's what withdrawal benefits does.
Well, no, I think what you said was that Helen said they don't go far enough, and they don't, and let me explain why. So if you are going to carry out welfare reform, you have a solemn duty to do it in a careful, thoughtful way, a principled way. And two of the key principles are, firstly, that you're fair to the taxpayer, and that means that we cannot afford to have these ever-spiralling welfare costs. And secondly, you have to do it in a way so that you look out for and look after the most vulnerable in our society. And what that tells you is the last thing you do is rush it. Now, what this government did was they fought shy of welfare reform. In fact, in the manifesto, they don't even mention personal independence payments, which is the main area that they've changed. They came into government, they fought shy of it. Why? Because it's a very divisive issue across the Labour Party. And then when Rachel Reeves suddenly discovered there was no money left and she was going underwater, the word went out that they would suddenly have to find savings,
You're
and it was
commentating
rushed.
on what they're doing.
So
I
my
asked
point,
you
yes, and I'm coming to
about
that. I'm coming
what
to
she
exactly
meant
that.
when you
exactly
said
that.
Okay.
So when you come to principled reform, rather than what I've just described that this Labour government has done in terms of scrabbling around, you can find greater savings and be fairer to people.
Where?
So on PIP, for example, we had already consulted when we were in government on reforms to personal independence payments, which included an array of different options, some of which we would have taken forward, which would have saved more money for this government. For example,
I'm just trying to get you to tell me.
Let's get detailed. It's a very detailed area.
Who's not going to get the money?
I'm very happy to say that. What this government has done is they've changed the assessment arrangements to get PIP. That's how they've made the savings. What we would have been looking at is a fundamental overhaul of PIP to make sure that rather than being a blunt instrument about providing cash almost irrespective of your condition or whether it continues on through time and so on.
In all of that,
we make it more targeted and we save more money. But you can't do it by rushing it.
When you say make it more, I'm just trying to get to understand what this means in the real world.
Yes.
Rather than policy speak. When you say make it more targeted, does that mean that you think that there should be fewer people getting PIPs?
What it means is that if you were on PIP, for example, and you had a mental health condition, a reformed PIP would quite possibly say, Trevor, rather than giving you amounts of money every year, we will actually provide you with treatment that will help you, and in particular, help you, for example, if you're not in work, to get into work. So a totally different approach, which would be better for you and better for the taxpayer.
I'm not hearing where the savings come out of that.
Well, if you get somebody who has a mental health challenge, and you take them from being dependent upon cash payments through PIP into coming off those payments through treatment and into work, that is clearly an area of savings. That's a fundamentally different way of doing it, and that's not what this government's done. They've just simply said, we'll make it more difficult to get PIP, and
that's interesting, because actually...
That's putting a lever that you do if you're rushed.
That's very interesting, because mental illness is the largest single benefit set of claims for people of working age. 47% of claims in that cohort are for mental health. So you're saying, actually, we'd basically take an axe to that.
No, I'm saying that there's a different way of helping people in that situation that's better for the taxpayer and equally better for them. And that's what principled welfare reform that's thoughtful and properly thought through should be about. Not scrabbling around at the last minute, pulling levers to save money because you're going to have to stand up at the House of Commons on Wednesday and explain why there's no money left.
Mel Stride, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Back to our panel, Katie Balls, Daisy McAndrew and Sonia Soda. Daisy, I think I was maybe giving Mel Stride a bit of earache about the fact that I don't think anybody's hearing them, partly because they don't seem to want to admit that they made any mistakes. Am I being unfair?
I think you're completely right in your analysis that nobody's hearing what they've got to say. I'm not sure I agree that it's because they're not admitting previous mistakes. I think it's actually because they haven't got a lot to say at the moment. They've got a new leader, and normally when you have a new or newish leader, that person will come with a whole new bag of tricks and a whole new series of policies, and that's what they haven't got. So nobody really cares what they've got to say because we're not getting answers to the questions of, well, what would you do instead? And I do understand that after 14 years of government, Kemi Badenoch saying, I want to sort of rip everything up and start again, and therefore it's going to take me some time to come up with the ideas. But I think those around her are very frustrated by how long it's taking her.
Well, we are hearing a little bit more, aren't we, about, they're tough on welfare, they've sort of got a view about immigration, which is not so much about numbers, but about culture and all of that. But what do you think, Sonia?
So I worked for the Labour Party in Ed Miliband in 2010. So I know how hard it is to achieve cut-through when you've just lost a general election in a pretty spectacular way. And I actually happen to think there's not very much they can do at this stage. No one's interested in hearing from them because they were just broadly and roundly rejected by the electorate in a general election, less than a year ago. And people had it with the government. And you don't get that back in a year. You don't earn the right to be heard by voters within a year. So, I think Kemi Badenoch is struggling, actually, and she isn't performing as well as some on her backbenchers would like her to be, that's for sure. But, you know, being the leader of the opposition just after your government has been kicked out in quite a major way is not an easy job. And quite frankly, yes, you could do more of saying, we got stuff wrong and we understand why you guys really don't like us anymore. But people aren't that interested in hearing that anyway. They're interested in hearing what's going to happen over the next 5 years. Am I going to feel better off in a couple of years? Because living standards have been stagnant over the last 20 years. That's what people are interested in, the here and now.
Well,
Tories don't have any power at the moment.
Indeed. I want to pause there for 5 seconds to absorb your trauma, Sonia. It's clear, after
it was
15
great to get it off my chest.
After 15 years, it's still with you. But coming on this point about living standards, let's have a look at the real measure here, which is GDP growth per head. I think it's really interesting. This the growth per head has shrunk in most quarters since the pandemic, and it feels as though there isn't that much that they could do, but there might be alternatives. I mean, what one of you mentioned earlier on, that instead of cutting benefits and so forth, they could, for example, freeze the thresholds on tax. Now, they've said they're going to freeze them till 2028, and maybe they could extend it to another couple of years, and that would bring in big money, wouldn't it?
It would, and it's effectively a stealth tax, so she could slightly argue that it doesn't, it's a grey area, it doesn't completely go back on what she said, which is, don't worry, guys, there won't be another big tax-raising budget, particularly not in a spring statement. But I think there is a concern within number 10 and number 11 that anything more on tax is just going to work against your plan for growth. And I think that, there is a question is, what was Labour's strategy for growth? Did they have one from the beginning? You obviously do have something in the way of some of these supply side planning. But I also think they thought that they could pitch themselves as a haven of stability, and confidence and the sense of having a really big majority would mean that businesses want to invest in the UK. And that's where I do think Rachel Reeves has to take a bit of the personal share of the blame here. And you can also look at the Tories in their time there. But I think number 11 will surprise themselves with the impact of talking down the economy and the fiscal black hole early on. And I think they thought that was the genius of taking the George Osborne playbook, and they were learning from this, and that was for a consumer audience, not quite realising what that would do in terms of the business side of it. And when you speak privately to figures now, they will say that they think they went a bit too far in it.
One of the things that's knocked them off the horse is the borrowing, which is now pretty dramatic. I think we can pull that up. This is really striking, isn't it? That the idea was that there was going to be the OBR, the theme, which is figured heavily in the programme this morning. They said 87 billion forecast. They've actually borrowed 132 billion.
There is an issue here, I think, for Labour, which is that they went into the election basically saying to voters, vote for us and we'll fix the economy in 5 years and you will feel better off. That was quite an unrealistic pledge, I think. I think politicians of all colours have actually failed to front up with voters about the fact that the times of boom that we saw in the 2000s are over. Britain is now, we're not a leading global economy. We've got long-term structural issues that were exposed by the 2008 financial crisis. Living standards have stagnated by then. You can't fix these very long-term structural issues like low productivity in 3 years. You just can't do it. So I think Labour would have been better off, actually. It wouldn't have been quite so effective in electoral strategy, but they wouldn't have found themselves as hamstrung in government if they'd actually been honest with voters and said, look, Britain's actually, our economy's got a lot of long-term issues, and in the medium term, there are even bigger things coming up. We've got an ageing population that means that actually today's teenagers, if we don't do anything, they're going to be paying a bigger share of tax just to keep public services standing still. So there's a lack of honesty from all politicians, and I think Labour, it was tempting to say, elect us and we'll fix it, but it wasn't quite accurate.
I think lack of honesty is absolutely the crux of this. And we, as we went into that last election, it was completely dishonest of the Tories, their position, saying about the economy, as it was with Labour. Labour knew that there was this black hole. Everybody knew that there was this black hole, but nobody was prepared to admit it in the election. And then suddenly after the election, oh, look, we've opened the books and we've found this enormous black hole, so therefore we're going to have to do more dramatic things than we thought, than we promised the electorate.
Maybe but we need to do a little bit of honesty with ourselves, aren't we? Because they tried the doom and gloom thing in the autumn, and we all went after them for depressing the economy.
Yes, but I think when you go back to the Osborne playbook, which was, let's blame the Tories on this fiscal black hole, David Cameron and George Osborne talked about the argument for austerity before the election, and they laid the groundwork in a way that I don't think Labour did in this situation. They tried to do it after getting the votes, and I think that has made life more uphill for Rachel Reeves. And there is a trade-off on votes if you take that risk, of course, but perhaps she needed to go a little bit more on that.
And yet she's also, tied her hands behind her own back by promising no big tax rises, no national insurance, and so on and so forth. So she's scrabbling down the back of the sofa looking for pennies.
Let's talk about the political risk here. Cut international aid, cut welfare benefits, don't lift the two-child cap. I mean, winter fuel allowance, is this what all those Labour MPs in that vast majority thought they'd signed up for?
Well, as we said in our Observer editorial this morning, Labour needs to rediscover its moral backbone and fast. And at the moment, the forecast is that child poverty will go up by 400,000 children over the first term of this Labour government without significant policy change.
Chancellor said
no. Yeah, but that's from independent think tanks who I trust a lot more than a Chancellor who's got to come on your show and pretend that everything's all right. That's before the welfare cuts. Labour MPs are not going to be happy going out at the next election and defending a record where child poverty has gone up by 400,000 or potentially even more children. That is the political problem they've got now. They've got a very big majority, so I do think they're going to be able to get this stuff through. It's just that there are going to be some very, very miserable MPs going into the next election.
Next, we'll get the view from the Liberal Democrats with Deputy Leader Daisy Cooper.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We start with breaking news. Historic day here today.
The golden age of America begins right now.
A long-awaited ceasefire is now underway.
First question, Sky News.
This is a huge moment.
It's incredible. Now to California.
Do you owe citizens an apology? Have you nothing to say?
Jane Secker, Sky News. Would you like to respond to us now?
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
In principle, would you agree to do that?
Criticism of you is banned. How is this a fair election?
The cameras are poised, waiting to see what the president might do next.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We're going to do this 100 times every day for the next 3 months.
Why have we agreed to this?
Raises many questions about many things.
Actually seeing people impacted, she was so upset.
It was powerful. They kind of couldn't believe they were being berated here.
Very much on my terms, I think was the subtext. News happens fast around Donald Trump.
It was a kind of wow moment.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, doesn't it?
It's Trump world, and we just live in it.
So, where next?
Follow Trump 100 wherever you get your podcasts.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. Alex Crawford joining us now from Ukraine.
Their personal possessions are all scattered around the place.
Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, try and make sense of the big numbers for us.
Things can change incredibly quickly, and that's what they have done.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Sky News get the full story first.
Is this now all your territory?
Yeah. The battlefield is outside the barricades. We are in the middle of a forest, in a jungle really, and they're attempting to keep these men alive. I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent. It's really dangerous. Many people have died riding it.
We are under Israeli military restrictions in terms of some of the things that we can film, but it's important to be in there. What a slow drive for the president as he approaches his golf club. 4 more years! Free wherever you get your news. I'm Mark Stone, and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
we've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
We're rolling.
Welcome to the world.
Our new podcast, starting now. It's very exciting. Every week, we'll be reporting from the world's trouble spots.
We get to hold those in positions of power accountable, and we get to ask the questions that the audience, the listeners, want to know about.
And that's why it is so important that people tune in, come along for the road, come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
Let's turn to the third biggest party in Parliament now, the Liberal Democrats. Often more fond of telling us what they'd spend than what they'd cut or raise. Let's see what they make of the government's plans and what they might do differently at this spring statement. I can speak now to the party's deputy leader and Treasury spokesperson, Daisy Cooper. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I just start with the issue of asylum seekers? If it's true that the government plans to send failed asylum seekers to a third country in the Balkans, would you oppose that?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that question. Can you repeat that?
I was asking you, if it is true that the government plans to send failed asylum seekers to somewhere in the Balkans, would you oppose that plan?
Well, we haven't seen the details of any kind of plan like that. We Liberal Democrats have always said that people who are fleeing war and persecution should have the ability to apply to come to the UK through a safe and legal route. But what's clear is that we used to have returns agreements in place to return people to the first country that they entered. That was scrapped under the Conservatives. And so if the government is going to bring forward any proposals to reintroduce something of that kind, then clearly we will scrutinise it when it comes forward. But clearly we need to look at the details of which particular countries they're talking about and under what circumstances.
But as a matter of broad principle, these would be failed asylum seekers. And presumably the aim is not to have to put them up in hotels at some vast cost every year.
Well, it is an absolute scandal that under the last Conservative government, so many people were stuck clogged up in the asylum process, and that it's been at enormous cost to the taxpayer, putting people in hotels in the UK. So clearly we'll look at other options. We need to see the plans that the government's going to bring forward, and we'll scrutinise them in detail. But as I say, we haven't yet heard anything from the government about having safe and legal routes to reduce the number of people that would be applying to come here in the first place. And we would like to see that as part of a broader package.
All right, well, you've heard this week what the government wants to do on welfare benefits. Do you support their proposal to reduce the welfare benefit bill?
Well, I think all politicians of all political stripes can support the idea that we want to see more people getting into work if they're able to work. But we are deeply concerned that from reports that the Labour government appears to be lining itself up to potentially put savage cuts in place for disabled people who need vital support at the expense, whilst giving out a tax cut to Elon Musk and other US tech barons at the same time. I think if the government is intending to do that...
Musk getting, by the way? What is the tax cut that Elon Musk is getting?
Well, if reports are to be believed, it sounds as though the Labour government might be looking to cut the digital services tax, which is a tax that is implemented on 20 of the largest online social media sites and search engines that operate here in the UK. And if the government is looking to reduce that digital services tax, whilst also implementing savage cuts on disabled people, then quite frankly, I think the Labour government is at real risk of losing their moral compass.
Yeah, but the digital services tax, as I understand it, actually from the OBR, who we hear from a lot on this programme, will raise less than £1 billion a year. I mean, it's not really that significant. It's not like they're going to increase Elon Musk's wealth to a degree that he would notice it. So let's just come back to the actual point, which is Do you think that their proposals to reduce welfare benefits were right and necessary? She's got to raise, we think, something like £10 billion each year, and that she can do that from taxes, from borrowing, or from cuts. Which one of those are you choosing?
Well, we Liberal Democrats have said that there are alternative levers that the government can pull. There are these big tech companies, there are the big banks, there are the big gaming companies, all of whom are making billions of pounds in profits. And it would be possible to increase taxes on those big corporations, which wouldn't make a huge difference to them, as you said yourself, but would raise vital amounts of money to put our public services back on their feet. At the same time, we also need to grow our economy. And we haven't seen any plan from this government to genuinely grow our economy. We Liberal Democrats have said that actually we think the government should be renegotiating the trade deal we have with the EU to get rid of the red tape, unleash the potential of our small businesses who can trade more easily with Europe. That would boost growth, and we can raise revenue from these big corporations as well.
If I may say so, it's quite nice to be able to say, let's raise money from big business and so on and so forth. But, you know, the banks already are being taxed. Businesses are paying extra on national insurance. There's a tax on gaming companies, a special tax on them. There are windfall taxes on energy companies. What's a new tax that the Liberal Democrats want to whack on businesses?
Well, on the big banks, for example, we've simply said that we would reverse the tax cut that the Conservatives gave to the big banks and reverse the bank levy to the 2015 level. So it's a level of tax that the big banks have paid before, and we wouldn't be going above that. On the digital services tax, at the moment it's only 2%, a 2% tax, one of the lowest digital services taxes that exists around the world. Some other countries have it as high as 7.5%. We think it could be increased to up to 10%. It still wouldn't have a massive impact
from 2%
on the profits
to 10%.
of these big US tech giants, but it would raise yes, and that would be a way of almost completely funding the increase in our defence spending. It would raise billions of pounds in money that, as you say and others would recognise, would not be a huge imposition on those massive US tech companies that are making billions of pounds in profits, but it would raise that vital money for our public services. Those are the choices that we Liberal Democrats would make.
So your position would be there is a hole to be filled. We're not going to fill it by cutting public expenditure or sacking civil servants or cutting benefits. We're not going to borrow more, but what we are going to do is to quintuple the tax levels on big tech companies. That's going to do it.
Well, as I say, there are a number of different ways in which you could raise additional revenue. We've pointed to reversing the Conservatives' tax cut for the big banks. We've talked about increasing the tech tax on the big 20 US tech firms. We've talked about increasing remote gaming duty. We've also talked about reforming capital gains tax in a way that is much fairer than the way the Labour government has done it, and in a way that would raise a lot more money from the 0.1% richest people. So there are many ways in which the government could be looking to raise additional revenue through taxing those people who, with very broad shoulders, who can afford to pay more, without putting taxes on families that are really struggling with the cost of living, or on small businesses that are struggling with the cost of business as well.
OK, I don't have a view about this, but I just want to give you the chance to deal with the point. You've mentioned Elon Musk, I think, 3 times already. Have the Liberal Democrats got it in for Elon Musk because he called your leader a snivelling cretin?
It's nothing to do with that insult. Those of us who are in politics have had probably insults worse than that. The point is,
but you haven't mentioned any other business yet.
Well, I'm happy to mention Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos as well, if you like. But the point remains, we have these 20 really large tech companies. In many respects, we think that they are causing huge damage to young children through their failure to properly self-regulate on their social media sites. But we do also recognise that Elon Musk is an ally of Donald Trump and is a supporter of him. And we think that strategically and politically, if we need to increase our defence spending in this country, which we support, and we Liberal Democrats have called for increased spending on defence, we have suggested that one of the ways that you could increase spending on defence would be to increase this digital services tax, because obviously some of these allies are supporting Donald Trump, and we Liberal Democrats are keen to stand up to Donald Trump and make sure we stand up for Britain's interests and for European security.
All right, I'm pretty sure Mr. Musk will have heard that. Look out for a response on X. Thank you, Daisy Cooper, for your time this morning.
Thank you.
In just a moment, we'll hear once again from our panel.
Sky News get the full story first. Is this now all your territory?
Yeah. The battlefield is outside the barricades. We are in the middle of a forest, in a jungle really, and they're attempting to keep these men alive. I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent. It's really dangerous. Many people have died riding it.
Katie Balls, Daisy Andrew and McAndrew and Sonia Soda are still with us this morning. Let's just talk about the longer term point you raised earlier, Sonia. Here's the picture of growth per head in this country since the 1970s. Now, none of you can remember the 1970s, but I can. I was there. And what's really interesting is that was the decade of the three-day week. It was the oil shock. It was rubbish in the streets, winter of discontent. Growth per head, 2.5%. Yeah. Down to now, 2020s, 0.3%. And this, by the way, the reason it's really interesting to me is that the 2020s is the first decade in which the growth, 0.3%, is lower than the rise in the population, which at the moment is over this decade is 0.7%. In most decades, in all decades before this, the average growth per head has been ahead of the population growth, which means living standards rise. We're in trouble now. Is this a long-term... Is this something we just got to live with, Sonia?
Well, I think it's something that it's quite difficult to fix, because what's interesting is what sits beneath this. And it goes to some of those factors that I was talking about, the long-term structural issues in our economy, which is that we've had decades of low business investment, very sluggish productivity growth. That's what's been driving these stagnant living standards. We used to have a city and a financial services sector that before the financial crash kind of masked all those ills in our economy and made us feel like we were doing quite well. And under the new Labour years, essentially what happened was you had rising tax revenues powered by the city. So you had a lot of redistribution going on towards low-income parents with children. So none of this felt very painful, these long-term structural issues, because there was sort of a cover for it all, a foil for it all. And the financial crisis left the UK horribly exposed. I think we've since then made it a lot worse through Brexit. Literally, if you're a country that's got structural productivity issues, the last thing that you would do is seek to erect some quite painful trade barriers with your nearest and biggest trading bloc.
But it is what it is.
It is what it is, but you've got to think about what explains these figures. So, and the reason why I mention that is there aren't really any easy fixes on Europe now either. So, you know, we hear some MPs say, well, we should move closer to Europe. Well, yeah, absolutely we should. But unless we rejoin the single market and the customs union tomorrow, some of the stuff that we're talking about doesn't really add very much to growth. So these things are difficult to fix. You can see that, you know, Rachel Reeves had a number of investment measures, growth measures in her autumn budget. The OBR sort of said, well, we think in the long term this is going to, you know, add less than a percentage point to GDP. So it's very difficult to fix this stuff. So, yes, I think we do have to live with it.
Except that the new fashionable phrase, by the way, now, you're going to hear a lot of this in America, abundance liberalism, or what I think used to be called supply-side measure, basically improving the infrastructure, training people more and all the rest of it. And that's what is going to motor the economy. Rachel's version of it is more green technology, green industries and so on. Have they got a hope, Daisy, with that?
Well, I mean, Sonia's absolutely right. We have a lot of structural issues with our economy, but we also have demographics and inequality that's not spread around the country fairly. You know, that's where all the levelling up issues came from in the last Parliament that were suddenly swept under the carpet and disappeared. And one of the other problems that Rachel Reeves got with this is the ageing population. She's getting, as the baby boomers now become pensioners, she's going to be getting 800,000 new pensioners every year. Well, that brings down a standard of living because we've got fewer and fewer young people in work in order to pay for those old people who are now retiring. So all of these structural issues are also creating
I think
this sluggish economy.
I don't know this, but I think dependency ratio has gone down from above three workers for every pensioner down to something like 2.5.
Which is a big issue.
Equation makes the current fiscal issues look like child's play. The fiscal issues we've got coming 30 years down the track are much bigger.
I think when you also look at what the marginal tax rate is on a young person these days, when you think about student debt and so forth, we're at risk of not just having, an exodus of the rich when they don't like what's happening with non-dom status. We're also potentially going to have a brain drain where some of our brightest young people are going to think, is this looking better for me, or should I? I don't know if I can be young anymore. All that bright. And something. But, I think you put all these things together, and I think ultimately, without economic growth, the UK is heading to lots of really unpalatable decisions. We spent the show talking about the spring statement. Of course, it's a spending review in the autumn, in the summer, around June, that is really leading to lots of ministers talking about the return of austerity. But given we can't borrow like Germany, really, which recently did in terms of that big borrowing to spend on defence. Germany's economy is in a better place in terms of borrowing than the UK's.
The Germans are borrowing at 2.something%, whereas we're borrowing at 4.5%.
Exactly, and you look at what that did to borrowing rates. The UK is just not in a position to do that, really, without suddenly having all these extra fees on servicing the debt, which makes the situation even worse. Tax rises are potentially going to go the other way, and therefore it could be the case that these planning reforms bring something. If they don't, then it's just going to get worse and worse, not just for the Labour government, but any government that follows.
Can I just quickly ask you, one of you anyway, my own personal obsession, why are we stuck with this triple lock?
Oh, I couldn't agree.
Favouring rich old people and not helping young people.
Yeah, that was exactly where
What's the politics of that?
Where I was going with this 800,000 extra pensioners a year. The triple lock is a nonsense, and it's a political. I mean, you know what the answer is. The answer is because old people vote. It's as simple as that. It's not. It doesn't make sense to have the triple lock on any other margin apart from politically, with the big P.
Yeah.
OK, all you old people who have a go at me on X on this, I know, I've heard the story. I'm still not convinced. Anyway, in a moment, we'll hear once again from our panel.
First Minister, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you.
How are you feeling? Looking forward to getting into the parliamentary chamber.
Are you any further forward to making a decision?
No, it's an important day today.
All of the claims were in line with my parliamentary duties, so I'm making that clear to you, Conor.
He was a Scot through and through.
He was a very good politician.
Alex Salmond was controversial, he was a disruptor, but above all, he was respected.
Will you resign if you lose this week?
Again, I'm not planning to, of course, lose the vote of no confidence. I'm planning to win that vote of no confidence.
His face said it all.
My intention to stand down as party leader.
This is now a storm with deadly consequences.
How are they feeling?
They're a bit scared at the minute.
They've been told to evacuate.
How are you feeling?
Devastated.
Hundreds of homes were wiped out by flooding. I'm Conor Gillis, Sky's Scotland correspondent. It was probably the darkest time in my life.
Scott is 5 years sober after a cocaine addiction left him close to death.
Scotland has a shameful record, worse than England, the worst in Europe.
Why not just say you failed? Because then you might get more respect from families who've lost loved ones.
This is where one of the UK's most prolific rapists thought he'd got away with murder. Sky News can reveal that former sex workers had told police he was sexually violent.
My Emma.
Free wherever you get your news. It's over, isn't it? The Americans say he is Rossi, a fraudster. This has been one of the most bizarre cases ever heard in a courtroom in this country. A dangerous murderer. Do you think you'll ever be able to forgive Andrew Innes after this?
She said she can forgive him, but as long as he's behind bars.
By doing the right thing, it's destroyed your life.
They terrorised me. They intimidated me.
Sky News, the full story first.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos and analysis.
Evidence of the crisis.
Podcasts, watching us live.
Live here from Washington.
Wherever you get your podcast.
All in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
We are under Israeli military restrictions in terms of some of the things that we can film. But it's important to be in there. What a slow drive for the president as he approaches his golf club.
Free wherever you get your news.
I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, DC.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News. Back to our panel, Katie Balls, Daisy McAndrew and Sonia Soda. Rachel Reeves was very optimistic, Katie, that we somehow would escape the fate of every other country and not be subject to tariffs. What you're hearing from your colleagues in the United States, is that fantasy or is
Is there something real there?
Well, you never know until it happens. And you have seen Donald Trump pull back because it's a last-minute agreement when it comes to a threat, tariffs or something else. And of course, the UK has said in response to the proposed tariffs at the beginning of April, and what I think in Whitehall they're calling World Tariff Day, is effectively that they're not planning to retaliate in the way that the Europeans are. So does that then leave the space for some of these conversations? You could pick up a little bit on that Daisy Cooper interview. Is there something the UK could do? When you speak to figures in Downing Street, they will praise DC figures in the Trump team for being quite transactional, which might not sound like a particularly beautiful thing to be, but it makes things quite simple. They say it's quite clear to deal with some around Donald Trump because they are very upfront about, well, you do this and we will do this in response. So there's obviously some space, but I don't think she can bank on it.
But actually, it was very interesting, Daisy Cooper talking about the digital tax, because that's the thing that we know Peter Mandelson has confirmed that is on the table, that the Trump administration wants us to scrap that tax completely. So the Lib Dems were very unhappy about that. But it only raises 800 million, so it's not, in the great scheme of things, it's not that big a deal. But it's interesting that is clearly on the table, that's what they want the Labour government to do to get rid of that digital tax.
Sonia, are Labour MPs feeling a bit uncomfortable about the sort of bromance, semi-bromance, at least politeness with Donald Trump?
I think people are feeling fairly pragmatic about it. So, I think there's a feeling on the backbenches that actually when it comes to foreign policy, that is the area where Keir Starmer is excelling. He's played it in a very grown-up way. So, I think if you're the UK Prime Minister trying to be a bridge between Europe and the US, it's always a good sort of niche to put yourself in. Obviously, that changes a bit when it's Donald Trump because he's incredibly unpredictable. But no, I think the feeling on the backbench is, obviously people are uncomfortable with Donald Trump being President of the United States on the left of UK politics, given what's happened. But I do think that there's a feeling that Starmer is playing it well. I think that's in quite sharp contrast to some of the anger around domestic policy and disability cuts.
I always worry about this bridge metaphor, because my point about bridges is that they don't do anything; they just get walked on. And I just wonder whether we are in really being an actor, or whether we are basically just there while Putin and Trump carve up the world.
I mean, there's every chance that we're going to get used in this, right? There is that chance, but it's as strategies go. It's very hard to know what the right strategy is with somebody like President Trump. And I think if you look at the way that Mark Carney, the new Prime Minister of Canada, has played it, he's been much more strident, right? But he's got more leverage because Canada supplies the US with a lot of its energy, for example.
And he's also got a lot more to lose.
Yeah, and a lot more to lose. So I do think that every leader has got to sort of play it in their own way. And my personal view is Starmer is probably playing it right from a UK perspective.
Yeah.
We're hearing this morning that the White House reckons that there will be a chance of a ceasefire, likelihood of a ceasefire, and the date, they've given a date, April the 20th. Bloomberg is reporting that's what the White House is saying. And we're hearing that the Kremlin is saying that the phone call that Trump and Putin had is probably going to lead to a face-to-face meeting. That's pretty positive, don't you think, Katie?
Yeah, I mean, it's a positive development and suggests that things are moving. Of course, the bigger question is, what does peace, and we can use inverted commas perhaps, look like in practice? What does a lasting peace look like? And where does this leave, from the UK perspective, Starmer's bridge in European countries? And I think that when you look at what happened, recently with that phone call, soon after you had the White House readout, and then you had the Russian readout, and they did appear to be in different places in part. And therefore, does Donald Trump, is he in a place where he is going to surprise, and actually his pledges that he was the one who could bring about an end to this are going to be true? And it might be that is the case. It's just that what an end to this looks like, I think there's a very decent chance of something a lot of Europeans and Ukrainians are very uncomfortable with and do not feel looks like peace or anything they would do. And you even had, Trump's key negotiator in an interview with Tucker Carlson the other day, criticising Keir Starmer slightly, for his approach, and also talking about what many see as Russian talking points on territory. And if that's a flavour of where things are going, you can have what is nearing an end to a conflict, but it's going to leave many questions unanswered still.
And also, we know that Trump's playbook for his famous deal-making is that he will announce something when it's not in the bag at all, as a way to push other players forward. I mean, that's what his sort of tried and tested policy. So I think a lot of these comments that are coming out of the White House need to be taken with a bit of a pinch of salt at the moment.
Well, let's do what the educated class's favourite game is at the moment, which is to talk about Donald Trump. And let me do my job and, as it were, be not devil's advocate, but push forward the alternative view about Trump. Broadly speaking, people are very suspicious and so on. But I think Trump supporters would say that on the Middle East, on Ukraine, possibly even on the world economy, we've been in stasis for 3 or 4 years, and that actually we've been in gradual decline and so on. And what he's done is disrupted things in a way that actually makes something move. Might not necessarily be in the way that some of us want it, or some people want it, but it's changing.
Yeah, and we can already see a lot of politicians taking a leaf out of his book, using him as a sort of guinea pig of how to do things in a very dramatic, hitherto unthought, impossible manner, and copying a bit of this. We've seen a lot of politicians around the globe doing Trump, doing a sort of mini Trump, and I think that a lot of them have benefited from him being brave / reckless.
I mean, one of the things you could say when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, like if you were putting the best possible gloss on what he's doing, you could say that he's being more realist than Biden ever was, and that essentially what Biden was doing was arming Ukraine just enough to resist, but never to win. And that there is something realist about saying, right, we need to find some sort of negotiated settlement. The problem is, and maybe there's a little glimmer in there, but the problem is the way he's playing it. So, he basically he's realigned the US to sort of come more into line with Russia's interests and Ukraine's interests, and the historic NATO alliance that America is meant to be a leader of. And he's basically given a load of concessions to the aggressor state, to Putin, before they even started talking. So you can definitely say he's a bit more realist, but he has taken America off in a direction which I think is really unsavoury in terms of global alliances. So,
Katie, what's your mission there?
My mission? To try and report what's happening and find out what's happening. I think you can see, from the discussion today, it can just be so hard to work out where things are going to end up, or, various people will try and say, this is Donald Trump's mind. And very few people will know exactly. But I think from being there, obviously, you will get to know the movements, the politicians, and put it together in that sense. And I think on Ukraine, ultimately the point is we don't know. We can't judge until we've seen what the end result is. But everyone can agree the current situation is unsustainable.
We will be hearing from you, I'm sure, down the line. That's it from this week's show. I'll be back next Sunday. Pleasure to be with you as ever. Watch Sophie, 7 o'clock every evening. We're rolling.
Welcome to the world.
Our new podcast, starting now. It's very exciting. Every week, we'll be reporting from the world's trouble spots.
We get to hold those in positions of power accountable, and we get to ask the questions that the audience, the listeners, want to know about.
And that's why it is so important that people tune in, come along for the road, come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
Good morning. It is 10 a.m. This is Sky News Today with Kamali Melbourne. Your headlines. The Chancellor confirms that she aims to cut 10,000 jobs from the civil service, but rejects a report this morning that families in the UK will be worse off by 2030.
Yeah, I'm confident that we will see living standards increase during the course of this Parliament.
Pope Francis will greet the public this morning before he's discharged from hospital after weeks of treatment for double pneumonia. Thousands of people take to the streets of Istanbul as the city's mayor is formally arrested on corruption charges. And the mother of a 15-year-old boy shot dead in broad daylight in West London tells Sky News she feels like she's not going to get justice. Well, good morning. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves, has confirmed that she is confident she will be able to cut 10,000 jobs from the civil service by the end of this Parliament. But she rejected new data which suggests living standards in the UK are going to fall by the end of the decade. According to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, households are going to be £1,400 worse off than they are today, and average earnings could fall by £700 a year. Well, Ms Reeves told Sunday Morning with Trevor Phillips that she just simply didn't agree.
I reject that.
You think they're just wrong?
I reject that. And the Office of Budget Responsibility will set out their forecast this week. Living standards in the last Parliament were the worst ever on record. The Office of Budget Responsibility forecast in October that living standards would increase at double the rate in this Parliament as they did in the last Parliament. They'll set out their updated numbers this week. But if you look at wages at the moment, wages are rising today at twice the rate of inflation. That is very different from what we saw under the previous government.
But just to be clear, you're saying that you simply don't think that living standards are going to fall. In fact, you're suggesting that they're rising now and they'll continue to rise. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm confident that we will see living standards increase during the course of this Parliament. What we've already seen in these last few months of the Labour government is a sustained increase in living standards. Next month, at the beginning of April, people on the national living wage will see a 6.7% increase in their wages, £1,400 more a year. That's only possible because of the stability that we have returned to the economy.
I just want to get clear on what you think the problem that you're solving is. Has the economy declined, got worse, more difficult since you came to office or not?
The economy is not growing fast enough. I'm not satisfied with the numbers that we see at the moment.
It's not growing at all. Last month was 0.1. OK, it's gone up and down a bit, but it's basically flat on its back.
And it's not possible within just a few months to reverse more than a decade of economic stagnation. But we are making the changes that's necessary to get Britain building again, to bring money into the economy. The International Investment Summit that we hosted last year brought more than £60 billion of investment into the United Kingdom. Our commitment at the budget to spend £100 billion more on infrastructure during this Parliament, the creation of a national wealth fund to leverage in private sector money into our economy. The OECD predicted just last week that our economy will be the second fastest G7 economy in terms of growth next year. Yes, we do need to do more. Growth is the #1 mission of this government. We're turning things around, but it takes hard work and there are no shortcuts to get there.
The message you were giving, and the Prime Minister, through the autumn was, it's terrible, it's awful, we have to do all sorts of things. Did you overdo the pessimism?
No, we took the action that was necessary to ensure that our public services and public finances were on a firm footing. And the tax, the national insurance, the non-dom tax, the VAT on private schools, that money has been used to both secure the public finances and to put more than £20 billion into the National Health Service, which is why for 5 months in a row now we've seen NHS waiting lists decline. It's why from April we're beginning to roll out breakfast clubs, free breakfast clubs at every primary school to help working parents and give children the best start in.
Forgive me for interrupting you.
That's what we've been able to deliver.
But those national insurance rises haven't actually kicked in yet. They're about to kick in now. Is that going to depress the economy further?
Well, look, the Office of Budget Responsibility will set out their forecast. I recognise that there are costs. Because it's them who do the forecast.
Because you're the Chancellor, and you've mentioned the OBR, I think, now 5 times. Who's running this country? Is it you or the OBR?
I make the policy decisions, but it is right that forecasting is done by someone else. I shouldn't be marking my own homework, and I'm not going to be doing that. Unlike the previous government, I've got respect for those independent economic institutions. But, Trevor, your question is, do tax increases have an impact on the economy? Of course they do. But imagine if I'd have done something else last October. Imagine if I'd have swept the problems under the carpet and said everything was fine. Then today, when we face the aggression from Russia, we wouldn't have the additional money to spend on defence. We would be in a situation where NHS waiting lists will continue.
It's not additional money. You took it out of overseas aid. It's not additional money. You took it out of the international aid budget.
Yes, we made that decision, but if the public finances weren't on a firm footing, we'd have to be raiding budgets to prop up the public finances. Instead, we were able to redirect money from international development to defence spending, and the Bank of England have had the confidence to cut interest rates 3 times since the general election. That would not have been possible unless I had delivered a budget that brought stability back to the economy. And I'll make no apologies for doing that, because it's not the wealthy and the most privileged who lose out when the economy is unstable. It's ordinary working people and ordinary businesses who see the costs of borrowing go up, who see that uncertainty in the economy having a direct impact on their living standards. I have returned stability to the economy, and that was the right thing to do.
The government has not gripped the economy. So the first thing that Rachel Reeves and the government did on coming into office was to talk down the economy. They came up with this fictitious black hole of 22 billion that the OBR themselves says they won't legitimise.
Well,
they
you said it's fictitious.
Well, the OBR said, and I'm using their language, they will not legitimise that figure. So they have looked at it in detail. But look, also what they've done is they've slapped huge amounts of taxes on businesses. They've borrowed vast amounts of money across the forecast period. That has pushed inflation up higher than it would otherwise be. That has meant interest rates being higher for longer, so interest rates will be coming down more quickly had they not taken those decisions. And that has impacts for the public finances because of our debt servicing costs, and also for mortgage holders and others.
Well, the Chancellor has also announced those cuts to the civil service, which will be told to save more than £2 billion a year by the end of the decade. It's all part of the government's spending review, which we're going to hear more about next week. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Amanda Acas, who is in Westminster. Morning to you, Amanda. Hope you're well. So, look, how deep could these cuts to the civil service go?
Well, the unions are warning that this could lead to tens of thousands of job cuts, because that £2 billion a year saving represents 15% of the civil service's entire salary budget. Now, when Trevor Phillips pushed Rachel Reeves on giving a number of jobs, she initially didn't really answer, insisting it's not about headcount, it's about saving that amount for the budget, which could also include, she said, other things like consultancy fees or travel budgets and so on, and ultimately said she's confident that 10,000 jobs could end up going, which is a figure that has been floating around since around December. The unions believe it could be much greater than that, although the government is insisting that this is about back office roles, HR, admin, communications positions as well, in order to focus spending on frontline services. But the unions say, well, that's a false distinction really, because without those back office roles, the frontline staff won't be able to deliver on the government's priorities in the way that the government would wish them to do so. But Rachel Reeves insists that this is about providing a better value for money for the taxpayer. Let's have a listen.
We've said a 10 to 15%, 15% by the end of the Parliament, reduction in admin budgets. In admin budgets. So that includes consultancy, it includes travel budgets, it includes communications budgets. So it doesn't all have to be about people. But when we make those savings...
It is going to be about people.
And when
you can't say this is going to be pain-free.
No, but what I am saying is it will deliver better public services, because I would rather we had people employed by the NHS working in our hospitals rather than in a government department. So this is about doing things differently and putting money where people see it most. During COVID...
Chancellor, this is what people say about politicians. I ask you a question that says, broadly speaking, how many roles are going to get lost? I cannot believe that you're telling your colleagues we need to take 10% out without any idea how many of those are going to be actual jobs? I just cannot believe that that's what you're doing.
I'm confident that we can reduce civil service numbers by 10,000. And in the during COVID, there were big increases in the number of people who were working in the civil service. That was the right thing to do to respond to those challenges. But it's not right that we just keep those numbers there forever, because they haven't been cut back since COVID, despite the fact that the world has changed since then.
And Amanda, we're all expecting the spring statement, of course, on Wednesday. What will the Chancellor have to say then, do we think?
Yes, so this is a huge week for the Chancellor, and I think speaking earlier to Trevor, she seemed pretty chipper, pretty upbeat, trying to highlight how she'd managed to stabilise the economy, which we'd seen with those 3 interest rate cuts from the Bank of England, and very much downplaying the more gloomy economic news that we've had recently, with growth flatlining and the cost of government borrowing going up substantially, £4 billion more than expected, and the wide expectation that her fiscal headroom has been pretty much wiped out by that economic situation, which will leave her with no choice if she's refusing to put taxes up, as she has said she will not do, but to make big public spending cuts, because she set herself these very tight fiscal rules, which means that she doesn't want to borrow to fund day-to-day public spending because of those increase in borrowing cuts. That's all got a lot more in borrowing costs. That's got a lot more difficult and more complicated. So I understand that a figure of around 10 billion is likely to be outlined in terms of cuts, although we've already heard about the welfare spending cuts last week. Although that's we're going to get more detail about that, because the government's going to be publishing the impact assessment of how that's going to affect people in more detail, which I think will surely only add fuel to the fire of any Labour rebellion which seems to be brewing on that question. But the Chancellor certainly, in that interview at least, very much standing her ground, insisting that the government is sticking to its course, that she and the Prime Minister have embarked on, and making the point that she believes that living standards will continue to increase, unlike the Joseph Rowntree Foundation study, which has been published today, which suggests that by the end of this Parliament, the average households could be £1,400 worse off. She rejected that. She said wages are increasing, national living wage is increasing, and trying to sound as optimistic about the economy as possible, which is potentially something to do with the fact that her gloomy prognosis and repeated highlighting of the so-called £22 billion black hole has been blamed by many in business, and indeed, of course, the Conservatives, for causing some of the economic difficulties she's now in. But it's going to be a big day on Wednesday, certainly.
It certainly is. All right, Amanda, for now, thank you for that. And of course, our full coverage of the spring statement here on Sky News on Wednesday. Now, to Italy, and Pope Francis is due to be discharged from hospital today, 38 days after being admitted. He's due to make an appearance at the window of his hospital room very shortly. Our correspondent Sadia Chowdhury is here with me now. Sadia, morning to you. So the Pope is due to be discharged today.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's going to be really relieved. It's a long time for anyone to be in hospital, let alone someone who is 88 years old and such a key public figure for the Catholic community. And so he's going home today. He's set to go home today after 5 weeks in hospital. He initially went in on the 14th of February, if you remember, for a severe respiratory infection. This is the longest sort of health crisis he's had since he became Pope 12 years ago. It is also the longest time that he's been out of public view since he's been in hospital. We've only heard an audio message from him, and the Vatican released a photograph of him. So that's really all his followers have had to connect with him. Doctors who are treating him now say that he's in a stable clinical condition, which means he's out of intensive care in a regular ward, means he can go home. His vital signs are steady. He does get to go home, but he's going to have at his bedside oxygen if he needs it. He's going to have 24-hour medical attention, and he is on doctor's orders to rest for the next 2 weeks. Does that mean he'll make an appearance for Easter Mass? Possibly. He may do, but if he does, we probably won't hear from him, because his voice apparently will need some time he'll need some time to learn how to speak again, because some of that treatment that he received for the oxygen was rather invasive. Yeah. The Vatican has said that he's very keen to come out his hospital window today at around midday local time in order to see some.
OK, so in a couple of hours' time, we're looking at live pictures, aren't we, of the Vatican there. You can see a few people have gathered, a few pilgrims. It's the Jubilee year for the Catholic Church, and here is the Gemelli Hospital in Rome where the Pope is being treated. You can see many people have gathered there from this shot, as Sadia was saying. He's due to, as you were saying, Sadia, you're still here, he was due to be making an appearance from that window, something he does, I guess, every Sunday, doesn't he? Look out of the window in the Vatican to greet the faithful. And these people who have gathered here will be desperate to see the Pope and be very, very happy that he's on his way home.
Exactly.
All right, well, he's be up there in about 45 minutes, we think. And of course, when that does happen, we'll bring it to you live. Sadia, for now, thank you. I'm going to bring you some of the day's other headlines now. And thousands of people have again taken to the streets of Istanbul in Turkey and other cities against the detention of the mayor of Istanbul. Ekrem İmamoğlu has been jailed and faces charges including corruption and terrorism. Now, he denies all the charges against him and says the move is an attempt by the government of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to stifle all political opposition. Well, the president has hit back, claiming the opposition is stoking an atmosphere of tension and chaos.
I believe it is worth reminding once again that the days of going out into the streets, taking left-wing organizations, extremists, and vandals with you, and threatening the national will are now behind us. The days when politics and justice were directed through street terror are now completely a thing of the past, along with old Turkey.
An Israeli airstrike is said to have killed a senior political leader in Hamas in southern Gaza. Salah al-Bardawil and his wife were reportedly killed in the strike. It comes as Israel broke the ceasefire agreement with the terror group and resumed fighting in Gaza last week. Now, the mother of a 15-year-old boy who was shot dead 8 months ago has urged the public to come forward with any information which could help find his killer. Renee Graham was murdered in a park during a party in West London last summer. Our correspondent Shimon Freeman-Powell sat down with Renee's mother.
It's broken, it's shattered my life, to be honest. You know, everybody says what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's made me stronger in certain ways, but it's killing me. It is killing me on the inside.
Janae's son, Renee, was just 15 years old when he lost his life. He'd been at a pre-carnival party with friends. But just hours after this footage was filmed, the family fun day ended in tragedy. Renee Graham was gunned down.
There were hundreds of people on this park the day Renee Graham was killed. Some would have seen the shooting, others would have seen the perpetrator getting away. But despite this and multiple police appeals, his killer still walks free.
8 months later, without answers, his mother's grief now compounded by anger.
I'm fuming about it. I'm fuming. Because right now, it seems like I'm not going to get justice for my son. Even when I go down to the Herod, I'm looking over my shoulder. I don't know who it could be. Do you understand? And that, it messes up your head. It really does. It plays with your head. Because you think, is my family at risk? Who do they know? Do they know who I am? And that living, you can't live like that. You can't. They need to be found as soon as possible.
The Met Police say the investigation is ongoing, but explained it received a minimal response from the public after 4 separate appeals, and still urges anyone with any information to come forward. Janae, though, holds more than her son's killer accountable. For much of his life, Renee was in care, but his mum says was not properly looked after.
He had no structure in his life, no school, nothing, for 5 years. What does that leave a young boy to do? They weren't involved as much as they should have been. And down to all of that, he ended up where he was and ended up living the life he was living. They failed him. And they need to take responsibility for that.
Westminster City Council says, we continue to express our deepest sympathy. We supported Renee over several years, and every decision made was driven by Renee's welfare and with his family's involvement. Looking back, Renee acknowledges that she has also made mistakes that she will now never get the opportunity to rectify. So she is using her pain and anger to seek answers, demand accountability and pursue justice for her son. Shaman Freeman-Powell, Sky News.
You're watching Sky News Today, still to come. Will the plan to increase council taxes on second homes solve the housing crisis?
The Chancellor is looking for ways to promote growth.
Today, I want to talk about economic growth.
What plans will Rachel Reeves forecast for this spring?
Our growth prospects.
And will they bloom?
To British growth for growth, driving economic growth.
Get the full story first on Sky News.
Growth is the #1 mission.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We start with breaking news. Historic day here today.
The golden age of America begins right now.
A long-awaited ceasefire is now underway.
First question, Sky News.
This is a huge moment.
It's incredible.
Now to California.
Do you owe citizens an apology? Have you nothing to say?
Jane Secker, Sky News. Would you like to respond to us now?
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
In principle, would you agree to do that?
Criticism of you is banned. How is this a fair election?
The cameras are poised, waiting to see what the president might do next.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We're going to do this 100 times every day for the next 3 months.
Why have we agreed to this?
Raises many questions about many things.
Actually seeing people impacted, she was so upset.
It was powerful. They kind of couldn't believe they were being berated here.
Very much on my terms, I think was the subtext. News happens fast around Donald Trump.
It was a kind of wow moment.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, doesn't it?
It's Trump world, and we just live in it.
So, where next?
Follow Trump 100 wherever you get your podcasts.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. Alex Crawford joining us now from Ukraine.
Their personal possessions are all scattered around the place.
Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, try and make sense of the big numbers for us.
Things can change incredibly quickly, and that's what they have done.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Some breaking news to bring you now, coming into us from the Gaza Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas. They have stated now that the death toll in Gaza since the war which began on the 7th of October with those Hamas attacks on Israel has now passed 50,000 people. Western journalists aren't allowed into Gaza to do reporting of their own, so we have to rely on figures that come from the Gaza Health Ministry run by Hamas and from the IDF. But previous wars in the Middle East, in Gaza, death toll figures produced by Hamas have then tallied with United Nations figures in later analysis. So the Health Ministry here telling us that 50,000 people have now died in the war in Gaza. This comes on the week that the war resumed following the breakdown of the ceasefire. Israel resumed bombing of Gaza last week, Tuesday, killing at least 600 people this week in airstrikes. The Health Ministry now saying that in total 50,000 people have been killed. Now, next month, hundreds of councils in England are going to begin charging a 100% council tax premium on second homes in the same way as it's done in Wales. But economists and local government organisations warn the policy will do little to solve the housing crisis, saying there are just too many loopholes. Our West of England correspondent Dan Whitehead reports now from Cornwall.
The Jones family is constantly on the move. Mum Jenna is a chef, her husband runs a flooring business. But finding somewhere to call home in Cornwall has been a nightmare.
It has been the most horrendous struggle of our life. I applied for 23 properties over Cornwall. I didn't get the chance to view one of those 23 properties.
They pay nearly £2,000 a month in rent, but have had to move dozens of times due to landlords selling up.
It has consumed our family life, and everybody else that I work with locally, none of us are in a position where we can afford the going rents, and nobody that I know that I work with can afford to buy. So we're really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we really need a solution.
It's hoped a new council tax premium for second homes could help. And it's not just Cornwall introducing it. Sky News data shows 75% of councils in England are bringing in the 100% charge, essentially double council tax for second homes. There are around 557,000 second homes in England alone, the majority either holiday homes or for long-term investment. Analysis shows the new premium could raise an additional £445 million in yearly revenue. The hope is the charge will free up housing stock, but there are fears about whether it'll work and potential loopholes. For instance, if the property is put up for sale, provided as part of a job or undergoing major refurbishment, they might be exempt from paying the new tax. There's concern as well that even if it does prompt some owners to sell their second homes, it's unlikely that many of these properties will be affordable for first-time buyers anyway. Those representing councils do not believe the charge is a silver bullet.
No one is overstating the power of this tool. It is a nudge in the right direction. It is one of a suite of tools that can be used. But in and of itself, it will not solve the housing crisis, but it is a step in the right direction if councils wish to use that to better manage their supply.
Building may well be the ultimate solution. The government is pushing ahead with plans for 1.5 million new homes. For those already struggling, few believe the new council tax will help.
It's not going to make a difference. For many of the owners of second homes, a double council tax is maybe just like dropping a fiver out their pocket. Ready? Go!
For families like Jenna's, owning one home, let alone a second, seems out of reach. Dan Whitehead, Sky News in North Cornwall.
Let's take a look at the weather for the next few days.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, high pressure building back in for the start of the week will settle the weather again, but will also bring the risk of some further overnight frosts. Conditions are mixed this morning, with cloud continuing to give some outbreaks of rain in places. Strong winds through the Irish Sea are going to ease over the day. Low cloud, mist and fog in the southeast will slowly clear through the morning. The best of any sun will be in the far west. Temperatures will vary too, from 8 or 9 degrees in the north to a mild 15 or 16 in the south.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
You're watching Sky News Today. Still to come, I'm going to speak to Trevor Phillips about his interview this morning with the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves, ahead of next week's Spring Statement. And welcome back to Sky News Today. Let's bring in our presenter, Trevor Phillips, who hot from his show, still in the studio, I think. Trevor Phillips in the morning. Trevor, thank you very much for being with us. How are you this Sunday?
I'm fine, Kamali. Not so much hot-footed, more sort of, well, what gets hot in the studio is hot-bottomed, I suppose. Anyway, we had a good time this morning with the Chancellor, Shadow Chancellor, and Daisy Cooper.
Yeah, you seem to, and you seem to have a good panel there as well. It was a really good discussion.
Oh, super.
It's all ahead of that big moment, the spring statement, next week. Let's start with your conversation with Rachel Reeves, then, the Chancellor. And you held her to account on many of the things, Trevor, didn't you? I mean, and how did you feel like she answered some of your questions, first off?
Well, I think we saw a rather upbeat Rachel Reeves this morning. You know, people quite often criticise her television presence for being maybe a bit gloomy. People say things about her being robotic and so on. I must say I didn't think that at all. I thought she was rather lively. And in fact, at one point, I thought there was a moment where she was just going to lean out and give me one, whack me one, because but she was very, you know, she was quite robust, absolutely clear about what she was not going to do, not so clear about some of the things she was going to do. It took me quite a long time to get her to explain what she wanted to do in the civil service. But actually, I thought she seemed very confident, which makes me wonder if she's got a rabbit up her sleeve, which we're going to hear on Wednesday.
Interesting. It would be great to see if she has some big surprise come Wednesday. First of all, let's listen, Trevor, to your exchange about the civil service, because as you rightly point out, it did take you a spell to get her to answer up as to exactly how many jobs she thought were going to be cut in the civil service. Let's take a listen.
I would rather we had people employed by the NHS working in our hospitals rather than in a government department. So this is about doing things differently, putting money where people see it most. During COVID...
This is what people say about politicians. I ask you a question that says, broadly speaking, how many roles are going to get lost? I cannot believe that you're telling your colleagues we need to take 10% out without any idea how many of those are going to be actual jobs. I just cannot believe that that's what you're doing.
I'm confident that we can reduce civil service numbers by 10,000.
And Trevor, you got there eventually and she gave you the number, but just explain to us why it is so difficult for them to put these hard numbers on things, because then, you know, they're hostage to it, aren't they?
Yeah, well, that was my sixth attempt at getting an answer on the number of roles. Her view is, I think it's not completely unreasonable. What she's saying is, don't start with the number of people you want to fire. Start with how much less you want to spend. And what I think they're aiming for is to get the administrative costs of the civil service cut by something like 10 or 15%. And within that some of that will be salaries. She says some of it will be things like travel or hiring consultants and so on. But I think that all of our political masters need to get a bit more used to trusting the public and levelling with them and saying, actually, this is the actual number and this is why I'm doing it. But the reason that it matters is that she has promised she won't raise taxes, she won't borrow more, but then she's got a real big black hole in terms of her spending. So she's got to reduce the spending, we think somewhere by something like 10 billion a year. The welfare benefits package they delivered last week will do some of that, but they've still got a way to go. The question is, if you take out 10,000 civil servants, well, that's out of 514,000. It's not a big number. So I think they are still probably going to be looking for some cuts, whether it's to do what they do in prisons, what they do in other areas. We're still going to be seeing some reductions in spending in the public realm.
Yeah, it's undeniable that is absolutely going to happen, isn't it, Trevor? And look, you talked at the beginning about how upbeat she seemed, and you put it to her about this sort of sense of doom and gloom, because there has been the charge on her and this government since they've come into office that they've taught down the economy. Businesses have said that, so it's a challenge that she's had to face up to. Let's listen to what she had to say when you put that challenge to her, and we'll have a chat to what you thought of what she said off the back.
No, we took the action that was necessary to ensure that our public services and public finances were on a firm footing. And the tax, the national insurance, the non-dom tax, the VAT on private schools, that money has been used to both secure the public finances and to put more than £20 billion into the National Health Service, which is why for 5 months in a row now we've seen NHS waiting lists decline. It's why from April we're beginning to roll out breakfast clubs, free breakfast clubs at every primary school to help working parents and give children the best start in life.
Forgive me for interrupting you.
That's what we've been able to deliver.
Right, well, look, there's her answer, Trevor. I'm not sure it's the full clip that we were looking for, but, you know, she rejects, basically, doesn't she, that she talks the economy down. And you said that today she seemed upbeat and positive, which she has to be.
Yeah, this is the cheerful Chancellor. I think what they decided last summer was that what they would do is to tell everybody how terrible the situation they'd inherited was, that it was all very gloomy, they were going to have to take very tough action and they were going to have to do things that people wouldn't like, but that demonstrated how courageous they were, with the hope and expectation that once they'd got through that 3 or 4 awkward months, things would start to tick up again, and that around about now, they'd be able to say, well, we've had 2 months of growth in the economy. Yes, inflation is coming down and so on. The problem is the world has not cooperated. And that's some of that is to do with international events, but some of it may be to do with their own actions. Most businesses will say that they delayed hiring. They've been uncertain because of the national insurance hike and also because of the mood music from the government. So there's an argument that I think still has to be bottomed out, which is how much of the situation that they're in is to do with what the world has given them and how much of it is to do with their response. One of the things I think we can absolutely certainly say is that the consensus opinion is that every time the government says there's a terrible, big, massive problem, they describe something that looks like the truth, but then their answer is really quite a small one. To go back to what I was saying about civil service cuts, you know, if you want to cut big numbers, you've got to do better and do more than remove 10,000 roles.
Yeah, and it comes back to that point, doesn't it, Trevor, of levelling with people that you mentioned at the beginning, and how much this government is willing to tell the truth about the situation and then have the big, bold moves that could address them. You had a conversation with the Shadow Chancellor as well, Mel Stride, which, again, you tried to get him to be honest about some of the record. Let's listen to what Mr Stride had to say. I'm glad it makes you chuckle, Trevor. It made me chuckle too. Listen to what he had to say, and we'll talk off the back.
Wouldn't it give you more of a hearing if you for once admitted actually you made some mistakes?
So Trevor, on the so-called mini-budget, I was then chair of the Treasury Select Committee, and I had a lot to say about it before it happened, when it happened, and since it happened. And that is a situation that this party will never, ever repeat. So I will make sure that by the time we get to the next general election, the electorate are very confident that we believe in sound money.
Well, Trevor, that was his answer, but it was the second moment just before that when he starts into his answer and he starts saying there are many, many things that the Conservative Party did right. And I, like you, were like, going to say did wrong, but he didn't, did he?
Yes, he slightly took me aback there. I mean, no, actually what was happening is I was living in hope that he might say, look, we made some mistakes, but that's not going to happen. Mel Stride, actually, I think most people would say, is one of the politicians who speaks human and actually comes across pretty well on telly. But trying to get people to admit that something went wrong for them is very, very hard, and by and large, they don't do it. But our panel, I think, disagreed with me slightly. That's Daisy McAndrew, Sonia Soda and Katie Balls, that I make the case that if the Conservatives don't admit that they've made mistakes, they're not going to get a hearing. I think the panel were harder than me on this. Daisy McAndrew said the problem is not so much that they won't admit their mistakes, it's that they haven't really got anything to say, and that's why nobody's listening to them.
Yeah, the hard politics of it, or they can just brazen it out. I'm sure they can at this point. And Trevor, just finally, on a sort of a broader point as well, at the top of the interview, you put to Rachel Reeves this data that's come out from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation that talks about living standards declining by the end of the Parliament. She rejected that out of hand, but as you push back on her, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation aren't the only bunch of economists who've come to this conclusion, and it speaks back to, again, this idea of levelling with the public and perhaps having honest conversations that things aren't always going to be getting better, despite what this Chancellor or that Chancellor wants to say.
Yes, I mean, she was pretty tough on that. She just said, no, I'm not having it. We're going to do this, this and this, and wages are going ahead of inflation right now, and so on and so forth. I think the problem is, and it's a point that Sonia Soda made from the panel, is that this isn't a thing to do with any individual government, probably. There are long-term structural problems, our lack of productivity as a country, the fact that we've neglected infrastructure. We saw a hint of that with the Heathrow situation this weekend. If you looked at a chart that our team produced, which I thought was really an extremely interesting one, going back to the 1970s, the typical growth per head, per capita growth per head in this country was something like 2.5%. And that was in the decade when we had the 3-day week, we had the people, rubbish in the streets not being picked up by sanitation crews. We had the oil price shock. And that gave us 2.5% growth. Now we're down at 0.3% over the last 4 or 5 years. And the most interesting thing that's happened is that over the previous 5 decades, our growth rates ran ahead of our rise in population. That is to say, essentially, we were producing more than our population would have explained. This year, or this decade, we are actually lagging behind the growth in population, i.e., a growth per head, per capita, is falling. And that's a big, big change.
It definitely is. All right, Trevor, really appreciate it. Thank you, as always. Great show, and good to speak with you.
Great to talk to you, Connolly.
Have a lovely Sunday. Bye, Trevor.
Cheers, bye-bye.
All right, let me just show you the Gemelli Hospital in Rome. As we said, Pope Francis, who's been there now for 38 days, is due to be at the window of his hospital room at any moment now. We've got a close-up shot of the window. This is the way with these things, where we are expecting the Pope to appear shortly. And, of course, we'll bring that to you as soon as we have it. The Pope, who's 88, who was admitted to hospital on the 14th of February with double pneumonia, is now in recovery, and the hospital staff are saying he is well enough to be discharged. His first public appearance will be at that window any time now, and we'll go back to Rome once we see the pontiff there. But now, you may well remember images like these. The empty streets as life in the UK and in many parts of the world just came to a halt. Now, it's 5 years since the first COVID lockdown was called. And now a new study by the universities of Exeter, Strathclyde and the London School of Economics has concluded the educational damage caused by the pandemic will impact children well into the 2030s. Well, let's speak now to Professor of Social Mobility, Lee Elliott-Majors from the University of Exeter. Professor Major, thanks very much for being with us today. I do appreciate your time. And before I talk about this study, I wonder if you just had a thought about what you heard in that conversation with Trevor, and perhaps what you heard from the Chancellor this morning about making sure that this country does grow, and the fact that living standards, as the Joseph Rowntree Foundation is saying, are going to decline.
Yeah, it's really interesting hearing your discussion with Trevor, because all these things are connected, and what we're realizing is that the pandemic had a huge impact on the education system in our country, and we're seeing unprecedented education divides between children from poorer backgrounds and the rest. We're seeing a sort of almost tidal wave of mental health issues, and a national crisis, I would argue, in absenteeism in our schools. Many children not coming into our schools regularly. Now, all this is bad news for productivity, for society and for the economies, because, you know, we have around 20 to 25% of children, young people who leave our schools without those basic skills, you know, maths and English. So, you know, one of the real challenges, I think, for the government, apart from everything else you were talking about, is how we invest properly in the education system to recover, really, from the pandemic. Because if you're not investing in young people, you know, you're not going to have that growth that all the politicians talk about. So this is very much connected with it. But our report really shows the extent, we call it almost a generational impact, scarring. And if we don't do something radical, bold again, I was really interested in hearing Trevor talk about this. I think it needs bold responses to these really big, huge issues that we're facing in the post-pandemic era.
Yeah, Professor Nick Martin, our colleague, has done lots of work on the absenteeism, and you use the word bold. So what does bold look like here? Because, as you say, this is a generational issue, and that scarring runs really deep.
So I think we need to look at things like the school curriculum and decide whether it is nurturing children with all talents. So, you know, what I mean by that is not just academic assessments, really important, right? You know, absolutely important that we maintain academic standards in our schools. But I'm not sure we do enough for vocational and creative talents in our schools. And you'll know this in the media industry, you know, a lot of it is around more creative side of talents. And I'm just still not sure our school system does enough to nurture all those children. So many children will feel low esteem, will feel not quite right because they don't fit into the very narrow way, in my view, that we develop our young people. The other thing that's happening that I see, you know, I do lots of talks with teachers across the country, and essentially schools are acting as community centres in many ways now, right? It's, you know, in my view, it's not a debate whether schools are community centres. They already are. You know, about 1 in 5 schools now has a food bank next door to them. You know, this is the reality that we're facing as a nation. I do think we need to give teachers more help and guidance around how they act as those sort of community centres. And this is really helping their local communities and parents. Now, there's a real balancing act here, because what you don't want to do is encroach on the standards of teaching and learning in the classroom. But I think this is a really big issue that we're going to have to face.
It definitely is, and unfortunately we don't have any more time to talk about it for now, Professor, but we'll have you back on, because, as you say, it's an issue that we are going to have to deal with going forward. Leah Elliott-Major from the University of Exeter, thanks for your time this morning. OK, you're watching Sky News Today. Still to come. We're going to look ahead to seeing the Pope, who is due to appear at that window at the Gemelli Hospital any time now.
First Minister, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you. How are you feeling?
Looking forward to getting into the parliamentary chamber.
Are you any further forward to making a decision?
No, it's an important day today.
All of the claims were in line with my parliamentary duties, so I'm making that clear to you, Conor.
He was a Scot through and through.
He was a very good politician.
Alex Salmond was controversial, he was a disruptor, but above all, he was respected.
Will you resign if you lose this week?
Again, I'm not planning to, of course, lose the vote of no confidence. I'm planning to win that vote of no confidence.
His face said it all.
My intention to stand down as party leader.
This is now a storm with deadly consequences.
How are they feeling?
They're a bit scared at the minute.
We've been told to evacuate.
How are you feeling?
Devastated.
Hundreds of homes were wiped out by flooding. I'm Conor Gillis, Sky's Scotland correspondent. It was probably the darkest time in my life. Scott is 5 years sober after a cocaine addiction left him close to death. Scotland has a shameful record, worse than England, the worst in Europe.
Why not just say you failed? Because then you might get more respect from families who've lost loved ones.
This is where one of the UK's most prolific rapists thought he'd got away with murder. Sky News can reveal that former sex workers had told police he was sexually violent.
My Emma.
Free wherever you get your news.
It's over, isn't it?
The Americans say he is Rossi, a fraudster. This has been one of the most bizarre cases ever heard in a courtroom in this country. A dangerous murderer.
Do you think you'll ever be able to forgive Andrew Innes after this?
She said she can forgive him, but as long as he's behind bars.
By doing the right thing, it's destroyed your life.
They terrorised me. They intimidated me.
Sky News. The full story first.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos and analysis.
Evidence of the crisis.
Podcasts, watching us live. Live here from Washington.
Wherever you get your podcast.
All in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Well, welcome back. Now, Pope Francis is due to be discharged from hospital soon, 38 days after he was admitted with double pneumonia. He's expected to make his first appearance from his hospital room very, very soon. We've got cameras trained on that room at the Gemelli Hospital in Rome. Let's bring in Austen Iveray, biographer of the Pope. Austen, if you can just give me the correct pronunciation of your surname, I won't get it wrong again, I promise.
No worries, it's Ivory. Good to be with you.
Ivory. Thank you, Austen Ivory. Thank you very much for being with us. So, look, we're looking at that window there at the Gemelli Hospital, and the Pope is due to be discharged today. What did you make of this? Because it seems quite a recovery.
It's remarkable. I mean, yesterday the doctors briefed us outside the hospital and said what we kind of suspected, which was that twice in this last month while he's been in hospital, he's been close to death. So this really is a remarkable recovery. And the fact that he's going back to home, to the guest house where he lives, the Santa Marta, we were expecting because he has been improving. But I think we've been taken by surprise by the suddenness of it. Yesterday, the doctors came out and said, yep, tomorrow he's going back. To continue his recovery, they stress, for a whole 2 months, they say, of pretty strict convalescence. But nonetheless, this is a Pope now on his way to recovery who has overcome the double pneumonia that he's been battling, and there is every sign that he will recover over time.
Incredible. I mean, let's not forget he's an 88-year-old man, but he has got, of course, the very best care that he's been having at the Gemelli Hospital there. And talk to us, Austen, about this moment that we're expecting soon, his appearance at the window. Appearing at windows is something that the Pope does regularly, but we're not expecting to hear him speak at this point, are we, perhaps?
We're not. I'd be surprised. He may say a word or two, but I think more likely he'll just greet us, just wave, and bless us, of course, which is really the role. That's what he does every Sunday at midday, usually, from the Vatican, imparts his blessing to us all. And so what he's going to be doing is that, very simply. But it'll be the first time that we've seen him. We've had photos of him. We've had audio of him, sounding very frail. But this will be the first time that we've actually seen him. So I think it will be, well, for 38 days. So it will be, I think, an important moment. Soon after this blessing, he will be taken, we're not sure how, back to the Santa Marta, which is about 20 minutes drive from the Vatican. The hospital is about 20 minutes away from the Vatican.
Austen, describe what this period has been like for the Catholic Church as they have been praying for the Pope, but of course, perhaps thinking about the future as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's been no question there's been a time of enormous uncertainty in the church. And in Rome, I'm not in Rome now, but I was until recently. And there's no question that people were thinking about a papal transition because that possibility seemed real. I think now what we're looking at is a very interesting new time in the church and in the papacy. Nobody doubts that we will have a frail Pope. We've already had a reasonably frail Pope the last few years. He's been in a wheelchair and so on. But his mind, of course, is absolutely clear. I've sat down with him many times over the last 2 or 3 years. His humour never leaves him. His will is there. The mind is there. But obviously, an 88-year-old suffers from various physical restrictions. And now I think what we're going to see is a much, as it were, quieter papacy. But I think it could be still a very rich time him. And I think this will be a very interesting and important time for the Church and in his papacy. It's almost like a chapter we did not expect to be written, but we will now see in action. He himself has been saying from the hospital, he's been saying some very interesting and important things. And of course, he has a message that's released to us today, which I can't talk about yet because it's embargoed for a few minutes. But he's been talking about the frailty, how frailty and fragility allows us to see what's really, really important in the world and in life. He looks out from his hospital bed, he said the other day, and just realizes even more how absurd war is. And I think we'll hear about that today in his message.
Interesting. Austen, can you talk about the last meeting you had with him? And can you describe, knowing Pope Francis as you do, what it will be like for him if he has to have, how did you describe it, a slightly less sort of outward-going papacy from here on in?
Yeah, I mean, we've come to expect, because of Francis's, whirlwind energy, his extraordinary charisma, we've come to expect, as it were, him to be that way. But of course, the last few years, he has had to cut back a lot with his mobility. And what I say as his biographer, somebody who's studied his life, is I think actually the times in his life where he's faced severe restrictions and suffered from them have also been actually very rich time. You just had a piece about remembering coronavirus 5 years ago. That was a very, very difficult time for the Pope, where he was essentially trapped in the Vatican, couldn't meet people, and yet it turned out to be a very rich time.
Austen, I'm sorry, we've run out of time. Austen Knight for you, biographer for the Pope. We'll have more in the next hour of the show. Morning, it is 11 a.m. and in just a few moments' time we're expecting to see Pope Francis at the hospital, the Gemelli Hospital in Rome, where he has been for the last 38 days being treated for double pneumonia. He is due to be discharged later on today. We are watching this window because we are expecting Pope Francis to appear at that window and give a blessing. People have gathered outside the hospital to greet the Pope and see him for the first time since he was admitted to hospital on the 14th of February. Our correspondent Lisa Holland is here with me now. And Lisa, you've just returned from Rome, covering Pope Francis, his time in hospital, and this is going to be another huge moment for him.
Honestly, it's really quite a remarkable sight looking at that window, because if you put it into the context of just how gravely ill Pope Francis has been, I think that even his inner circle, certainly the Vatican spokespeople that we've been talking to, really feared that he was not going to make it through this health crisis. And even in the words of the doctors at the news conference yesterday, admitting that his life had been in serious danger. And throughout the course of the last month or so, standing outside the hospital there and also at the Vatican, you know, on 3 particular occasions I can think of where a newsline came out from the Vatican of just how seriously ill, how critically ill the Pope was. It really is an incredible moment to be looking at that window, which incidentally is on the 5th floor of the Gemelli Hospital. The Pope has been staying at the papal suites, which are on the 10th floor. So I'm told that the reason that window is being used is because it is more suitable for somebody in a wheelchair. We certainly don't expect to see the Pope to be walking in any sense. He will be in a wheelchair. In fact, it's true to say that the Pope was in a wheelchair even before this health crisis. He wasn't already, and there he is, Pope Francis at 88 years of age, and you can obviously hear the response from the crowd. I mean, it's difficult to see on his face, but it is something that he wanted. He looks fragile, but he looks weak, certainly, it has to be said. He looks very weak, very tired around the eyes.
Okay, Lisa, we've been listening. He is speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I see this lady with yellow flowers, holding yellow flowers. Very good. Thank you. That was the moment, Lisa. Fair to say he looks unwell.
He looks frail, and I'm not sure just at the end there whether he was struggling to breathe
a little. Coughing, maybe, yeah.
Yes. However, notable to say that the Pope was there without any kind of oxygen support, even if just for a few minutes. We know that he has been having quite intense oxygen support over the course of the past 5 weeks since he went into the Gemelli Hospital. But just to sort of reflect on the enormity of the moment a second, I'm told that there are about 1,000 people who had gathered there of all sorts of nationalities. People come and go to the Vatican all the time, pilgrims making pilgrimages, and once word spread, no doubt they will have gone to the Gemelli to just catch this glimpse of Pope Francis. There are a lot of police there, people from all over the world. I spotted some flags there from Israel, Ukraine. There are priests, cardinals, tourists, Catholics who are visiting Rome. But what we're seeing there is a really determined man. When you talk to people who follow Pope Francis, who've interviewed Pope Francis, spent time with Pope Francis, they all talk first of all, about the modesty of his papacy, his determination to be amongst the people, but also his own strength of character. Vatican sources have been telling us that, in fact, doctors wanted him to stay in hospital for a few more days. There was talk of a discharge from hospital on Tuesday, but he clearly wanted to hasten that. I was at the Gemelli last Sunday when there was a rumour that he would appear at the balcony, and in the event he didn't, which was a disappointment to many people who'd also gathered, not as many people as I can see there now, but still a rumour that he would appear at the window. There were a lot of children from various Vatican charities who'd gathered last weekend who were clearly a little disappointed. And that's not something that Pope Francis would want. If there was a rumour that he would appear at the window, I think he would have been absolutely doggedly determined to try to appear at that window again today. But from here, the geography, the choreography is that he is now expected on discharge to go back to the Vatican. Currently, the Vatican is not saying exactly how that mode of transport will be. We don't expect it to be any kind of medevac by air, because that could be quite a traumatic experience being helicoptered. By road, ordinarily, it would take you from the Vatican to the Gemelli Hospital with traffic, maybe 20, 25 minutes. But clearly, if he goes by road, the roads will be cleared. He won't be stopping at any traffic lights. You could do it in about 10-ish minutes. So probably by road. What remains to be seen is whether he goes by car or ambulance. We know that for Pope Francis, with regard to this health crisis, of course, he's had pneumonia. It's not entirely clear if the doctors are saying he's completely cleared that pneumonia. But clearly he's stable, he's hugely better. But what we are also seeing is not just the journey of the Pope back to the Vatican, but a journey within his papacy. The words that were used to me by somebody that we were interviewing quite recently about it is that we are now entering a papacy which will be more prophetic, less dynamic. Yes. By that, he can't be travelling. He won't be travelling. He's got this 2-month period of recovery at the Vatican. His lungs have been damaged. He's been very, very ill. Question marks, of course, over potential trips which he should be making, which seem exceptionally unlikely. Turkey's one destination. We know that King Charles is due to go there in April. That feels extremely unlikely to me, although there's been no official word. But looking at that picture, you can see with Pope Francis's picture of his finger, he's just determined to connect with people.
Fist. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's picked someone out, the lady in the yellow.
Entirely what his papacy is about. It's about with connecting with people. If it's children, he goes on to the level of a child's mind. If it's with adults, he just tries to connect with whoever's there. And it will be a great disappointment to him that he won't physically be able to be out and about. We know that the day he went into hospital, for example, on February the 14th, there's a photograph actually of him with the Slovak Prime Minister who'd gone to the Vatican on that day. And he told the doctors, I'm not ready to go to hospital until I've finished this meeting. And it was only after that that he then went. But yes, he does look incredibly frail, but still remarkable that he is able to leave hospital.
Yeah, he'll have to have had the full clearance, of course, of his doctors to go home, and that 2-month convalescence at the Vatican will be hugely important. This is the St. Peter's Square, the Vatican Square. You can see a large screen has been erected there for people who have travelled, who will then be hoping very soon, as Lisa said, that Pope Francis is going to make his way back to Vatican City. Lisa, I'll bring you back in a moment, because it's a hugely important year, isn't it, for Catholics as well. It's the Jubilee year as well, so we will want to be back among the faithful if he can be. Let's bring in Austen Ivory, who's the biographer of the Pope. And Austen, thank you very much for staying with us. First of all, I'd just like to get your reaction and feeling, having seen those pictures of the Pope.
Well, I think mixed feelings. I mean, obviously relief to see him smiling and being himself. But yes, struck, as Lisa was, by his fragility, by his... he does look like he's had a month in hospital battling pneumonia, and I don't think anybody expected him to look amazing. But yeah, he definitely has been weakened by this. And of course, he did say a few words in the end, spontaneous words in response to somebody in the crowd with flowers. And that's very typical of him, to appreciate what the people, as it were, are doing for him and bringing to him. So I very much sense that this was Pope Francis, fine inside himself, but yes, physically frail, and will need definitely a long period of pretty strict convalescence to have a full recovery.
And Austen, you mentioned when we spoke last hour that we may well get some words from the Pope, at least released from the Vatican today. Can you talk to us a little bit about the sort of the choreography of what may well come next on this Sunday?
So what we've actually already had is the text of what's called the Angelus, which is the blessing that he gives every Sunday, normally in the Vatican, from the balcony of the Apostolic Palace. And this is where he usually gives a reflection on the Gospel of the day. And today I just pick out something he said, because he's referred to his own hospitalization. He said, "In this long time of being in hospital, I have experienced the Lord's patience, which I see also reflected in the tireless care of the doctors and health workers, as well as in the attention and the hope of the relatives of the sick. This trusting patience, anchored in God's unfailing love, is so necessary in our lives, especially facing the most difficult and painful situations." So, he's teaching, as it were, off his experience there in the hospital, talking about God's patience, the importance of believing in God's unfailing love, that we will come through in the end. I think it's been a huge lesson for him in hospital, because he is, I think, naturally, one might say, an impetuous and impatient man. His instincts, if you like, are visceral. He's a man of action. But he has learnt during these periods of his life that where he has been confined and restricted, he's often, I think, uncovered a spiritual depth which he perhaps hasn't had in other times of his life. I think back in the early 90s, for example, he had 2 years of what's sometimes known as his exile within Argentina. It's a complicated story, but basically he couldn't be a leader at that time. And again, we were talking just earlier about the COVID crisis of 5 years ago. Remember, it was 5 years ago this week that he went up the steps in St. Peter's Square to proclaim that extraordinary meditation from an abandoned, wet, dark St. Peter's Square, acting as a kind of Moses. And, that time was a time of enormous restriction for him. He couldn't meet people. He had to basically stay inside. But it turned out to be a very rich and creative and fruitful time. And that's why I agree with what Lisa's guest, she was quoting as somebody who was saying that this papacy now may be less dynamic, but in many ways will be more prophetic. I agree with that. I think this could be an extremely rich time where we're going to get a kind of a contrast between a frail Pope who's unable to be dynamic and charismatic in the way that we've known, and yet who utters extremely important words to us at this time of crisis that we're facing in the world. So we begin today this new phase, this new chapter in the pontificate, which will be, I think, a time of surprises, but also a time of great fruitfulness. But yeah, he will not be the Pope that we've known so much for these last 10 years.
OK. Austen Ivory, the biographer for the Pope, thank you very much for that. And we did just see a moment there, didn't we, Lisa, of the Pope in a white Fiat making his way, we presume, from the hospital to Vatican City, sitting in the front seat.
I have to say that.
Because I was looking in the back seat to see where he was going to be, and then he was there in the passenger.
In the days and days of kind of mulling over if and when the Pope would leave hospital, how would it be? I didn't think he would be in the front seat of a Fiat car. We'd sort of mulled over, would he be medevaced? One time we were standing at our live position right by the Vatican, and a medevac helicopter landed, which was a very unusual sight, and we were thinking, has the Pope been moved back to the Vatican? This was about a week or so ago. And then, of course, given that he's had these respiratory crises, you thinking, well, would he go by road in an ambulance? I wasn't expecting he'd be in the front seat of the car in the white Pope-mobile.
I'm not sure even the camera operator expected him to be there. Otherwise, they would have zoomed in earlier to try and capture it. I think that was very unexpected that he'd be sitting there in the front seat.
Vehicle. But yeah, that's very Pope Francis, though, to be honest, very down to earth. Probably just the way he would have liked it. And as I say, he won't be stopping at any traffic lights, so he should be back at Santa Marta at the Vatican, just up there on the right-hand side, within potentially about sort of 10 to 15 minutes. What we're seeing here, of course, is the Vatican buildings to the right of St. Peter's Basilica, and it's at those very windows, top floor, right-hand building, that people would be gathered outside the Vatican at this very time to be listening to the Angelus, which we've been talking about. And he's obviously missed that for weeks and weeks now. I think it's about the 6th Sunday. And that's where he wants to be, back at the Vatican. He doesn't like being in hospital. He would have wanted to have left sooner if he could. And I think that there has been this battle of wills between the doctors and the Pope himself in terms of when can he leave, when do the doctors want him to go? And as I was saying before, the sense that the doctors wanted him to stay until Tuesday of next week, and he was just determined to leave today. But yeah, waving at people. They will be absolutely thrilled, overjoyed. Remember, of course, this is the first time that we've seen him. We've had an audio message. We've had a photograph a week ago again, which was a little bit out of the blue, but I think there was this building momentum that Pope Francis hadn't been seen in person for so long. There was this clamour that the Vatican was asked to share a photograph. So there was the photograph a week ago when he was seen at prayer on the Sunday. It was a photograph from the back of his head, which of course many people speculated. Why was that a photograph of the back of his head that we couldn't quite fully see him? But there's also a question of dignity, that people are going to pore over these images and look and see how does he look. It's not a surprise, as we're saying, to see him in a wheelchair. It's a positive that he's there without any kind of oxygen support. And also, of course, you can get mobile oxygen, but we're assuming that in the front seat of the Fiat, there isn't any kind of oxygen supply. And clearly this abject determination to say something as well. We know that his voice has been weakened from this pneumonia in both lungs. It's taken a heavy toll. But they're just remarking, is that the lady with the yellow flowers that he was referring to, that he can see, that he's spotted? But yes,
there's that connection, isn't it?
Very determined figure, yeah.
Now, as you say, he would normally be at the Vatican in better health and would be providing the Angelus for today. It has now been published. Now, I want to read a bit of it. Austen Ivory mentioned some of this in our conversation in the chat that we just had a minute ago, but I want to bring you a little bit more of what the Pope's Angelus says this Sunday. Of course, he begins it by saying, "Dear brothers and sisters, happy Sunday." He then goes on to say, "In this long period of my hospitalisation, I've had the opportunity to experience the Lord's patience, which I also see reflected in the tireless care of the doctors and healthcare workers, as well as in the care and hopes of the relatives of the sick. This trusting patience, anchored in God's unfailing love, is indeed necessary in our lives, especially when facing the most difficult and painful situations." He then goes on to talk about world defence. "I am saddened by the resumption of heavy Israeli bombing on the Gaza Strip, causing many deaths and injuries. I call for an immediate halt to the weapons and for the courage to resume dialogue so that all hostages may be released and a final ceasefire reached. In the Strip, the humanitarian situation is again very serious and requires urgent commitment from the conflicting parties and the international community." He then says, "On the other hand, I am pleased that Armenia and Azerbaijan have reached on the final text of their peace agreement. I hope that is signed as soon as possible to bring lasting peace to the Caucasus." He also prays for an end to the wars in Ukraine, Lebanon, Myanmar, Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. He finishes his Angelus with, "May the Virgin Mary keep you and continue to accompany us on our journey towards Easter." And Easter, of course, is going to be a huge moment. Perhaps that's part of the sequencing of this, as to the doctors saying, OK, you can go home, you must recover for 2 months and you will be at the Vatican in time for Easter.
Yes, and I mean, obviously it raises questions about the level of activity that he can participate in, which is seemingly kind of next to nothing physically at the moment, because even being outdoors by a window, if it were to be a cold day, would be a worry for doctors. In fact, the day that he was unable to finish his Sunday homily, which I think from memory now is 6 weeks ago, which triggered this latest illness, and he was seen handing over his text to an aide to finish, we're told that on that day, he was insistent that he would go outdoors, and people who were watching the Pope 6 weeks ago were thinking, this is crazy. It was so cold, it was so wet, it was a February day going back in time, and people think that decision to be outdoors exacerbated his health crisis, and then the bronchitis, of course, turned into pneumonia. So the question now is to what extent will he be controlled by the doctors who will say you must have a quiet 2 months of recuperating inside of the Vatican. I think from the Angelus that you just read out, I mean, things that stand out to me, of course, is the humility of him saying during his hospitalisation he's experienced the Lord's patience, but also just how on it that he is in terms of referencing what's been going on in Gaza this week. And even in the Angelus last week, that was followed up by another message from the Pope referring to events in Macedonia where there'd been a large loss of life. And during one of the briefings, one of the doctors said, this is an 88-year-old man who we know is frail, but he has the mind of a 50-year-old. Right. And so that will be his battle, his internal battle, him wanting to connect, him wanting to be relevant. He has plenty to say, but clearly his body needs to recover.
Certainly does. Lisa, you're going to stay with us. I want to bring Austen Ivory back in, the Pope's biographer. And Austen, we were speaking when we first saw those pictures of the Pope in the front seat of that Fiat. I'll get you to respond to that, first of all, if you can. And where he's on his way to now, we're seeing on the wires, on the news agency wires, pictures of live shots of the streets of Rome. So I guess there is a motorcade, a procession carrying him from the Gemelli Hospital to the Vatican.
Yeah, I'm not sure if procession's the word. I think simply they would have cleared the streets for his speedy return, and people, of course, are coming out onto the streets spontaneously to welcome him back. I mean, that's what so often happens when he moves around Rome on those occasions that he does. Look, the fact that he's gone in his little white Fiat is, I mean, it made me smile. I think it's made us all smile. Yesterday, his communications people were not going to be drawn on how he was going to go back to the Santa Marta. And I'm sure I saw a flicker of a smile on their faces. I think they knew that he was going to be in the Fiat and that was going to take us all by surprise. It's a classic Francis gesture, as Lisa was saying, of humility. And that's very much him. He's going back now to the Santa Marta guest house within the Vatican, which is where he has room 201. He has a very small, very basic suite of rooms, a bedroom and a sitting room and a bathroom and a study. And I understand that has been now equipped with oxygen, so he can continue to have oxygen therapy, which is not very complicated technologically. I think at night he'll continue to use a mask to assist with his breathing, and he will embark then on his convalescence. And the one thing that will take time to come back, we've been told, is his voice, because you cannot have had oxygen therapy for a month and not, in a sense, lose your voice. And that's essentially what has happened. He has lost his voice, and he needs to bring it back, and that'll take time.
And Austen, you talk about the apartments. I was going to ask whether or not they had been converted to make sure he received the appropriate amount of care. And I can't imagine that the doctors at Gemelli will have let him go home, back to the Vatican, if they weren't absolutely confident that there would be all the equipment there needed for the Pope to make sure that his recovery is a safe one.
Absolutely right. Well, the Pope has a full-time doctor, Luigi Carbone. He also has a nurse, a male nurse, to attend to him. And I don't think, I'm no expert on this, but I understand that whatever re-equipping they've had to do of his room won't have involved very much, because basically he's going to continue the therapy that he's been having in the Gemelli recently, which is to say oxygen therapy, particularly at night, and antibiotic therapy, because the infection hasn't yet completely gone, although he's overcome his pneumonia, but there are still some infections. And obviously antibiotics and oxygen therapy don't require a lot of equipment. But yeah, he will definitely have a lot of medical attention and care over these next 2 months. And I think he will be, everybody knows that he will be impatient to get back at the wheel. But on the other hand, the doctors have told us yesterday, the doctors who have been treating him at the hospital, that he has been exemplary. He's been remarkably, obedient and patient, because he knows that this is serious. And prolonging his life is not his priority. service is his priority. But obviously, in order to be able to serve, he needs to not be constantly be going back to hospital. So I think he'll be taking pretty good care of himself, certainly by his standards, to a remarkable extent.
Austen, talk to us about the final line that we've got here in the Angelus, where he talks about the journey towards Easter, and perhaps if you can answer some of the question that Lisa and I had about what his role may well be over Easter. I mean, talk to us about what his role was before this illness and what it could be in the next few weeks.
Well, obviously, Easter's an extremely important time, the most important time for the Church, and the Holy Week liturgies and services in Rome are extremely important. However, it's not unprecedented for a Pope not to be at them, and it's happened in his own papacy. He's had to miss occasional Easter services. That's okay, and in which case what happens is, anyway, he officially presides at those services. He doesn't in recent years actually, stand at the altar. So obviously he will appear, if he can, in some way at those Easter liturgies, but if he can't, then I think everybody will understand and life will go on. And I think we're going to look now at some of the things in the diary, for example, the meeting with King Charles on April the 8th. And I think the hope will be that the Pope will be able to greet King Charles, again, in some way that we're not yet clear about. But if on the day he can't, then Cardinal Parolin, his Secretary of State, will do so on his behalf. And King Charles's visit to the Vatican, anyway, isn't just about meeting the Pope. He's taking part in an important event in the Sistine Chapel, ecumenical event for creation. But obviously, it will be great if the Pope is able to greet him and we're able to get those pictures. But again, if he can't, that's okay. What must come first at the moment is his recovery. And the important thing in all of this, and all the time he's been in hospital, he's never lost consciousness. He's always been alert. He's been signing papers. He's been working. He has been governing the Church, and he will continue to govern the Church, from his room. He will be able to, to have private meetings, not big meetings, but private meetings. He'll be able to sign papers. The work of the Church, in other words, goes on. And one might say the most important work that he does as Pope, which is the spiritual one, praying for us, with us, he will absolutely be able to continue.
And Austen, just to press you on this a little bit, because there seems to be a bit of a tension in that, of course, the Pope will want to continue providing the service that the head of the Catholic Church provides, but a lot of that is that connection with people. If he's unable to connect with people, he's going to find that quite difficult. Bearing in mind what you've told us about and what we all know about Pope Francis as a man who is very determined, can be quite stubborn, and wants to be able to be as active as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think tension is a good way of describing it. And I mean, clearly we learnt yesterday from his doctors that, he's been gagging to go back for the last few days, asking insistently, when can I go back, when can I go back? And that's him, he will want to be back in action. I think the doctors will sometimes have to say to him, look, Holy Father, you really shouldn't be doing this. You do need to rest. And I think there'll be difficult conversations sometimes ahead, of course. But I think basically he will respect his doctor's advice. And look, long term, and I've always thought that the real issue here is the long term papacy. Obviously, if we're looking at a future where he won't be able to meet people and he won't be able to carry out those very, very important pastoral functions of the papacy, then I think he could consider, he's always said he would consider resignation in those circumstances. But the distinction that I've always made is that, one thing is being ill for a time, being frail. That's okay. We can have popes who are ill for a time. We can have frail popes, popes in a wheelchair, popes who can't get out much. As long as they can continue to carry out the basic functions of the papacy, he will carry on. This is not a job, it's a mission, it's a vocation that, God has given him for as long as he's able to do it. And I think as long as he's able to do it, he will want to.
OK, Austen, you're going to stick around for now. So watching these live pictures from Vatican City, you would have just seen that white Fiat pass through shot there, and people have gathered on the streets, Lisa, haven't they? I mean, I guess this is spontaneous gathering, knowing that he's been released from hospital and then knowing the route that he might be travelling along. But it just shows that people are desperate to want to try and catch a glimpse of the Pope on his way back.
Yes, and just to remind ourselves, because there hasn't been this sight of the Pope until this photograph was released last Sunday, and then again it was just a still photograph. It was the back of the Pope's head as he was praying. So 5 weeks in hospital, nearly 6 weeks really since he was seen out in public, which was at the Vatican. So an enormous amount of goodwill, of course, from just passers-by on the street. But as we touched on earlier, it's this Jubilee year, which is incredibly important. It's sort of once every 25 years. And essentially Catholics will go to the Vatican, they'll walk over the threshold of the front door seeking atonement. There are a staggering number of pilgrims who will be in Rome visiting the Vatican for this year, I think something like 30 million.
Wow.
And there are lots and lots of events which have gone on or been modified without the Pope. I'm thinking, for example, a couple of Sundays ago, a couple of weekends ago, there was an event with deacons, Catholic deacons who'd come from all over the world. And we actually met two lovely deacons from the Midlands, from the Birmingham diocese. And I talked to them about what it felt like coming to this special Jubilee event, which they'll of course looked forward to for a long time, and then actually visiting the Vatican without a Pope who would have been, 20 minutes away at the Gemelli Hospital. And people I found were very calm about that. They were quite prophetic, and they also say that the Pope is very much with them in spirit. And so he will have attempted, even in this state of fragility and even at the times when his health was in a critical condition, to offer that spiritual guidance, that spiritual leadership, which people say they felt very strongly via, for example, the Angelus messages, which have been coming out, via other kind of messages, and via the messages from, for example, the Vatican spokespeople who will have been saying, the Pope has been able to read, he knows that people around the world are praying for him. He specifically asked people again and again to keep praying for him. So they still feel connected to him, even if he's physically not been at the Vatican for so long.
Okay, Lisa, thank you very much for that. Lisa Holden there, who was in Rome recently as the Pope was in hospital. We are now told he has now arrived back at his apartment at the Vatican, discharged from hospital after being there for 38 days. He was admitted on the 14th of February with double pneumonia. Pope Francis, the 88-year-old pontiff, is back now at the Vatican. Thank you to Lisa, and also to the Pope's biographer, Austen Ivory, for being with us. And of course, we'll keep an eye on the situation in the Vatican throughout the day here on Sky News Today. Welcome back to Sky News Today and our continuing coverage of the Pope as he is discharged from hospital. I had mentioned that we thought he had arrived at the Vatican. We are now being told, Lisa is still here with us, by our producer in Rome, that he may actually still be on his way back.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that we would have expected that he would have been there by now, but we're told that he's had to divert his planned route, presumably because there's so many people who are wanting to catch a glimpse of that little white Fiat in some way. So we're now told that he's in the city centre of Rome, but he's still not actually reached the Vatican. He's had to divert via the Basilica Santa Maria Maggiore, which ironically is actually where he had always said that he would have wanted to have been buried. So he is, now that shot there is very, obviously as you can see, is very close. Those walls very close now to the back of the Vatican. So it may well be that we do get a shot of that white Fiat, which in the top right-hand corner, I think we saw leave at about 10 past the hour. So, clearly we were talking about the geography of getting from the Gemelli Hospital to the Vatican. And for you or I, if we were jumping in a taxi, it would be about 20 minutes, maybe 25, depending on the traffic. And ahead of this, they were saying because of road closures and him, of course, not stopping for traffic lights and being escorted, etc., he should have been able to have done it in about 10. So it is fair to say that we probably would have expected him to be there by now. But it looks like from that shot, which is to the back of the Vatican, that potentially, obviously, are expecting him on that route. It was, of course, only announced yesterday afternoon, which is plenty of time for people to have got to Rome if they wanted to try to catch a glimpse. Here it comes. No, it's not, is it? That's another white car, in fact. Another white car.
Very close eye on white Fiats passing through the streets of Rome today.
I'm not sure that was a Fiat, but yes. And as we've discussed, yesterday, the Vatican would not be drawn on the mode of transport, even, just talking to our own producer just before I came to the studio at the top of the hour, is it any clearer yet whether it will be by ambulance or by car? I think by the stage of 11 o'clock UK time, 12 o'clock Rome, we'd sort of ruled out the Medivac. But yes.
Lisa, just situate us here if you can. Are we actually inside Vatican City looking out now, or are we in Rome? I mean, there was a large wall there to the left of...
Yes, I think that is just the streets of Rome.
Right.
When you go into Vatican City, certainly by St Peter's Basilica, there are sort of quite clear markings of what is the Vatican. So you wouldn't probably be able to film and put this live shot up. This would be in Rome, but just very close to the back of the Vatican.
Now, Lisa, we were talking a short while ago about your conversation with two deacons, you say, who travelled to the Vatican while the Pope was in hospital, and talking about their sort of feelings about going to Rome for a very important event and not having the Pope being there. In your time in the city, in your conversations with those in the Catholic Church, because, of course, when he went into hospital, there was lots of talk about what may well come next, what's going to be the next stages of this, and the way that the Catholic Church may change or not. What conversations did you have, and what sense do you get as to what stage we are in that perhaps progression for the Catholic Church?
Yes, I mean, we have unquestionably moved into a different phase of the papacy, and it's probably safe to say things will never be the same again. One journalist who was on a huge global trip with Pope Francis back in the autumn of last year, visiting quite a number of Asian countries, talking about at that time how he was. And remember, this is a Pope who for a long time now has moved about in a wheelchair, couldn't really walk, seemed quite fragile, but mentally absolutely is very strong. It would be, of course, unthinkable now to be talking about a kind of six-country tour of, or however many country tour of Asia. It's unthinkable to think that a Turkey trip can go ahead. And as we were talking about a few minutes ago, potentially he might be able to have audiences inside the Vatican. But I think that he will listen to the doctors now in a way that perhaps he hasn't done before, in a way that medically, as we mentioned 6 weeks ago when he was struggling to breathe and had to hand over his homily for someone to finish, and doctors didn't want him to go outside on that cold, wet February day. Perhaps he will now listen because he realises perhaps how close he came to losing his life, just how seriously ill the Pope has been. But yes, talking about visitors to the Vatican, people within the Catholic Church, I mean, certainly all of the people that I've been talking to over the course of the last month, spent 3 of the last 4 weeks in Rome. Of course, there is this calmness, this sense of he is with us spiritually, even if he is not with us physically, because of course he's been in the hospital. But they will be hoping for more balcony appearances, and that will be enough.
Yeah, we are now getting details, I think, coming confirmed from our producer as well in Rome, of the abandonment of the route back to the Vatican. He is heading to the Basilica to pray. The Basilica's name, sorry, Lisa, you did give it to me a short time ago.
Santa Maria Maggiore, where, as I was mentioning, that everybody would have a funeral plan, a pope. So within that plan, he had always said that so the irony is that this is the location where he had said he would want to be buried, that the papal vehicle has now been diverted, and that's near the Colosseum.
We are now seeing that he has arrived at Santa Maria Maggiore, where it's reported that he is going to...
So he's arrived at the Basilica?
Yeah. To pray, before, I guess, going back to his apartment.
Another unexpected move. I mean, what wasn't clear was whether he always wanted to go into the Basilica to pray on the way back to the Vatican, or whether it's because of the amount of people in the streets, etc. But potentially that he wanted to do that, but it's just that we weren't told in advance that that was part of the plan.
I understand that he would want to go somewhere and maybe take a moment to himself in a place like that to pray and before returning back to the Vatican. All right, Lisa, for now, thank you for that. The Pope, as we're saying, has arrived at Santa Maria Maggiore, the papal basilica, where we expect him to pray before moving back to his apartment at Vatican City, having been discharged from Gemelli Hospital after 38 days. He was admitted on the 14th of February, diagnosed with double pneumonia, and has now been allowed to leave hospital, but will have a 2-month recovery at the Vatican. All right. We'll, of course, have more coverage of all things Pope from the Vatican throughout the day.
First Minister, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you.
How are you feeling?
Looking forward to getting into the parliamentary chamber.
Are you any further forward to making a decision?
No, it's an important day today.
All of the claims were in line with my parliamentary duties, so I'm making that clear to you, Connor.
He was a Scot through and through.
He was a very good politician.
Alex Salmond was controversial, he was a disruptor, but above all, he was respected.
Will you resign if you lose this week?
Again, I'm not planning to, of course, lose the vote of no confidence. I'm planning to win that vote of no confidence.
His face said it all.
My intention to stand down as party leader.
This is now a storm with deadly consequences. How are they feeling?
They're a bit scared at the minute.
We've been told to evacuate.
How are you feeling?
Devastated.
Hundreds of homes were wiped out by flooding. I'm Connor Gillis, Sky's Scotland correspondent.
It was probably the darkest time in my life.
Scott is 5 years sober after a cocaine addiction left him close to death. Scotland has a shameful record, worse than England, the worst in Europe.
Why not just say you failed? Because then you might get more